It's a new year. That means new rockets, new records, new launch pads, and even a bit of a new haircut. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein, and welcome to a new Flame Trench. Hey, Kevin, while we're talking about new things, how about we roll the brand new NSF intro?
And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Right away, Atlantis. Doubling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes, you bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
You can see the big goofy grin on my face. That is the debut of NSF's new intro for 2026. And boy, is that spectacular. I am Sawyer Rosenstein, as I mentioned. I will be your host for the first Flame Trench of the brand new year. And what a year it is set to be. We have a whole bunch of major milestones hopefully to come this year. Maybe some Florida Starship, returns to the moon, lots of excitement. And it seems there is excitement in chat as well with the 5x5s and with the love of the new quotes in there. That is awesome. So I'm, of course, not alone. As you can tell by the new graphics as well, we've got some little upgrades here, including our amazing team joining us. Once again, returning in 2026 is EJ. How's it going?
Oh! Flip the mic on. I misclicked. I was ready. I was going to do it. But I
You
didn't have
pulled
it
a
on
jack.
for a second.
See,
No,
new year and already first
no, I
talking
didn't.
while muted.
No, I didn't. I just misclicked. It was a misclick.
Talking while
all right?
muted, baby.
No, I was making funny noises anyway. Anyway, thanks for having me. What's going on, everybody? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Kicking it up finally. Are we done with the book tradition in 26? I hope we are.
Oh, you hope we are. No. The
Talk
booking
about
will
rude.
continue until morale improves.
This is 2026. This year's all about morale. This is great.
Yeah. Oh, hey, EJ, look at this. Look at
It's
this.
so
thing.
tiny.
Look at this little thing. So busy now.
Yeah. Oh boy. Also joining me today, in addition to EJ, is Max. How's it going, Max?
How's it going, everyone? Good afternoon. It's been a couple weeks since I've seen y'all last, so it's good to be back. And yes, Sawyer, there's a lot coming up this year, and we're barely going to have enough time to breathe in Q1 as it is. So I'm very excited to get started.
Me too. And yeah, on top of that, by the way, should point out that you notice the kind of changing length by length of name. So we really need to test this out with our next person in terms of the graphics package. And that is, of course, Alejandro Alcantarilla Romero.
What?
Alex, how's it going?
What do you mean? Test out. Like,
We'll take you full screen. You'll see what I mean.
it was absolutely fully tested before we went live. It
Look.
was nothing that was done like 5 minutes before. No. Yeah. I guess it fits. See, it's here.
That's what I mean.
It works.
Gotta have room for the full name there. But yeah, and of course, masterminding behind all of this is producer extraordinaire Kevin Michael Reed, pushing the buttons, pulling the levers. Also helping us today with a portion that we will need your help with as viewers is Jay Keegan. So you may remember at the end of 2025, the last episode we did, we kind of went over our answers from what we thought would happen in 2025, and they were kind of all over the place because we never really had it organized and set out neatly. This year, we're changing that. We are going to get our predictions for certain things over the next year, and we want your help too. So there will be some polls in chat that we are going to ask you to help us out in, and stick around for the year, and we'll see how many of those come true. But of course, the big story of 2026 is that, in theory, we are approximately 2 months away from humans returning to the moon for the first time since 1972. Today, NASA making it official on the calendar no earlier than February 6th for the launch of Artemis 2. Max, can you kind of give us an update on Artemis 2 and a preview of what we can hopefully expect this coming year?
Well, Sawyer, you said 2 months. We're at what the scary part is we're nearing
it's 1 month.
1 month.
Oh my gosh.
1 month. Artemis 2 has been one of those events and
Maths.
one of those milestones that has been creeping up on us for a long, long time, like slowly and surely and sneaking up on us. And here we are, theoretically, about 1 month away, now officially from the newly released window opening on February 6th of this year. So SLS is basically ready inside of the vehicle assembly building. If all work platforms haven't been pulled back from it already, they will be very soon. In one of the more recent photos, most of them have been retracted, which is great to see, which means we can actually see the rocket as a whole. With, of course, the Orion spacecraft Integrity on top of it, which will carry its crew of 4 in Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and, of course, Jeremy Hansen with the Canadian Space Agency. It's coming, folks. Like, our return to the moon after 53 years is almost here. Theoretically, it's almost here. I remember everyone probably has a bad taste in their mouth with how the Artemis 1 campaign went, with how delayed it was over a number of times. It was supposed to launch in August and didn't end up launching until November, and went through two hurricanes in the meantime. But we are in the better part of the year for weather on that front, so that's good. The next big milestone is getting the vehicle rolled out of High Bay 3 inside of the vehicle assembly building and rolled out to Launch Complex 39B for its wet dress rehearsal, which is what I am banking. Well, I'm not going to confidently say when I think it'll launch until we have a good wet dress down. We all saw how Artemis 1's wet dress rehearsal campaign went. It took 3 attempts over, I think it was a couple of months. There was just some very unhappy hardware on board. But brand new vehicle, brand new mobile launcher. Now mobile launcher 1, which is what it is sitting on now, is proven. It is now supporting a brand new vehicle. Yeah, it's almost here, guys. I'm really excited about it, and we're honestly feeling a lot of pressure here now in Florida because it's entirely crapped up on us, and now NASA making it official that the first launch date is February 6th. So eager to hear what you guys have to say in terms of predictions for the year and how it'll go. Trying to hold mine back as much as possible until we get to that point because there is a lot to talk about. But the most recent milestone that they were able to check off was the countdown demonstration test, which is where the crew of 4, as we have seen numerous times now, walked out of crew quarters near the Neil Armstrong Processing and Checkout Facility, or crew quarters, I think I already said that, and went over to High Bay 3, which is where SLS currently is, for a full, literal countdown demonstration test, going down all the way to terminal count to simulate all systems on board and make sure that the vehicle is happy and healthy. And as far as we can tell, it is. So rollout should be next, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, if all goes well, or stays going well, I guess, on that front.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I know we were hinting at this a bit during the pre-show, but I think the biggest thing for this one isn't so much the crew readiness, isn't so much, capsule readiness. They've got that hardware kind of nailed down. For me, the big thing is the big giant orange rocket it's all attached to, because this is only its second ever flight. And as you pointed out, the first flight left some bad tastes in our mouth, which is probably from all of the leaking hydrogen. That's probably what that bad taste was. Yeah, hydrogen is tricky to work with. It was a pain in the butt to work with during shuttle. And when you're still using shuttle-derived hardware, you still have a shuttle-derived problem. Still bringing that back. I really think that wet dress is going to be the make or break for when they launch this. I know there's still the concerns that have been brought up by many people about, Orion's heat shield and all of that. Also the fact that this is the first time that the ECLSS, the Environmental Control Life Support Systems, are actually being tested out. Because Artemis 1 didn't really need those, so it didn't really have the full, kind of system on board to test the oxygen and breathing and all that kind of stuff. So
Yep.
those are the parts that are a little on the nervous side, but in terms of the launch portion, I really just think we need to get through that wet dress, and that's when we can get a set date.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat as you, Sawyer. That is going to dictate whether or not we are going to go sooner rather than later. And NASA has already stated that the Artemis 2 launch campaign is launching no later than April of this year, which is obviously in Q2, at the very beginning of Q2. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We all saw how Artemis 1's campaign went, and also not to mention the launch campaign as well, with its plethora of delays, with of course, as you already mentioned, Sawyer, with the hydrogen leaking and everything else that came along with it. But the vehicle is now proven. Orion still has a bit left to do in terms of actually flying, of course, with the Eclipse. 'Cause it didn't have it on the first flight, so it'll be nerve-wracking, I think, to say the least, on a lot of fronts. But I think in terms of the actual vehicle readiness and launch success, I'm not nervous about that. I'm very confident that SLS will work as it very well should, and it needs to in the first place. They cannot afford to have any issues with it. But just going through some of the photos that you were currently seeing on your screen, these were some of the ones that I had taken during the crew walkout opportunity that some media had. When they walked out just before Christmas, when that countdown demonstration test was conducted, all in their big bright orange suits, making that their glorious return, which do have to say they look wonderful. Matches the rocket very, very well. The crew looks bright-eyed and happy as ever and confident. Lord knows that they have been waiting long enough to fly at this point, and they look eager as ever to actually get off the ground and get going. So, but it's a big milestone. I think I'm almost tempted to say that not a lot of people are ready for it yet, because Artemis has always been one of those campaigns, just from experience to this point, that people have just kind of not like waved it off, but it's been one of those things where they'll cross that bridge when they get to it, in terms of like public readiness and making plans to go down and watch it. But it's almost here. We're almost a month away, and for those who have not made plans yet, you might be caught out for a bit of a surprise, and we may as well, assuming it actually does launch in February. But I will keep that, I think, for our predictions later on in the show, because I'm not trying to spoil too much yet.
Yeah, but if you are planning to go down, I was talking with someone today. Hotels in the area are about $900 a night now for around that time period. So,
Or there's
if you
no
wanna get
even.
if you want to get a
was-
hotel that's even
yeah.
kind of close, maybe a little too late for that. What were you gonna say, Alex?
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I was one of the ones that I was actually looking for going to Artemis 2. You know, being from Europe, it's not every day that you can really go to see a launch, right? And also the fact that, well, it's SLS. You never know how many flights it's got in it, right?
Yep.
And it's the first one with crew. So I was like, oh, well, I'll see what I can do. But even like 3 weeks ago, which was when last time I actually went through and looked at hotels, all of the hotels nearby are pretty much fully booked. If anything, there's just like a few places that are not that great, that might be with a few rooms and whatnot. But still, as you said, Sawyer, like they are very expensive. So yeah, as having already gone through that work of looking everything, I canceled the plan of going there for Artemis 2. I'll cross my fingers for Artemis 3 if everything goes a little bit better in terms of schedule. But yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you can technically call it price gouging. I think it's meant to be supply and demand. The demand is up and the supply is dwindling. So, but yeah, it's one of those. Normally for a launch, you can snag a room a couple days before. Something for like for New Glenn, you could get maybe a week before. But yeah, not for Artemis. But one thing I think that's worth noting is with the last time, if they went for an attempt and it didn't go, we were talking a multiple day delay. But Alex, you were mentioning now they have the ability to do that 24-hour turnaround with an SLS attempt.
Well, as long as they figure out what occurred, right, to prompt the scrub and things like that, it could be something simple as, the weather is bad, so you try again the next day. That's a possibility for this one. In fact, they have the ability to do multiple recycles. Not all of them are 24 hours. Some of them might be 48 or even 72 hours. But before, on Artemis 1, they have these launch periods, right? Because the phases of the moon, the place where it is, and whatnot, the different launch times are only available for like a week or so every 28 days, or every 4 weeks essentially. So every 4 weeks you got 1 week where you can go to the moon and still meet all of the objectives for the mission and whatnot. And so within that week, now instead of what we had with Artemis 1, where maybe they could do 3 attempts at most, with Artemis 2, because they have certain things like, for example, an extra liquid hydrogen tank out there at LC-39B. So they have that, for example. They are able to recycle a little bit more quicker and have another extra opportunity. So at least 4 opportunities might be available. Depending on how long the window itself is, it might even fit a 5th. But yeah, so they have more opportunities. But as I said, it all depends on whether, the thing that actually caused the scrub is something that they can deal with very quickly and therefore recycle in the amount of time that, they are able to do that recycle. Like if it's 24 hours that they can do that turnaround, which I believe the first one in particular. So if they go for the first attempt, right, and then they scrub, they can do a 24-hour. But once they do the 24-hour recycle, they cannot do another 24. I think it's like 48 and then a 72 or something like that. So like you have to wait either 2 days and then 3 days again. But either way, more opportunities mean more chances for them to be able to go through with this launch window. And if not, there are more launch windows. And now with Artemis 2, they also have access to the flight termination system as well, which was one of the problems on Artemis 1, where they had to ask the Eastern Range for basically a waiver to be able to extend the life of that flight termination system on SLS to be able to launch again in the next period. Unfortunately, they were not able to launch anyways, so they rolled back. There was also bad weather as well. There was a hurricane going through Florida at the time during October of that year. It rolled out finally in November, and we had that launch of Artemis 1 all the way back in November 2022. It's already been 3 years. Time flies.
Jeez.
Time flies and Artemis doesn't. Anyway.
Wow. Harsh, dude. Jeez.
It's been, 4 years? Or 3.5 years since the last and only Artemis launch? Just saying.
Yeah.
All right. So, as I mentioned, we are going to be asking for your help through all of this. Besides tagging us with questions at NSF or at NASA Spaceflight, which you can do, and I forgot to mention because, boy, am I rusty. It's been since December 19th since we've done one of these. But on top of that, we have some questions that we'll be asking to you that we'll also be discussing here and putting in our official votes for. So, I believe we have one of them here for Artemis in 2026. And this involves the landers for the next Artemis mission, the first one to actually land on the moon, Artemis 3. Will NASA change landers for Artemis 3 this year in 2026? Not saying that it'll land this year, but in sometime this year, will they change the lander for that Artemis 3 mission? Choices are no, they will stick with Starship even with the delays. No, they'll stick with Starship, but the plans will be accelerated to be China. Yes, and they'll choose Blue Origin, or yes, and they'll choose someone else other than Blue and SpaceX. So I believe all of us have the ability to answer the poll, and chat will be able to do the same as well.
I think so.
Once we start the timer, I believe we'll have...
timer. All right.
We will have 30 seconds for us to answer, and then chat, I believe, will have a poll and everything going for that. So Jay is running the poll section here.
There we go.
So going off of this, there you go. You have one in chat,
right.
we have ours.
Do we get points for answering first?
This
I
is
use
not
my
with
Ask an
points.
Stop it, EJ.
I want to use my Ask an Alex.
Yeah, I'd like to phone a friend.
Should I rotate and everything? I even wear the same jacket today with the volcanologist thing. I rotate, ting, 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 ting. Whatever. I don't remember
Yeah, start
the
spinning
song.
around the screen. All right.
Timer's up.
So let's see what all of us here on Flame Trench said, and then we'll see what the poll is looking like in chat as well. Because I know chat is a couple seconds behind us here.
Ooh.
So there we go. it looks like for no, they will stick
Ooh.
with Starship even with the delays. Is myself and I believe that's Max, and
Huh.
then Alex and EJ say no, they'll stick with Starship, but the plans
My
will be
guy.
accelerated to beat
Interesting.
China.
Okay.
EJ, I want to hear your thoughts on this. We haven't heard much from you yet. Why do you think they're going to accelerate it to beat China?
China. That's why. Does that make sense?
I mean,
No, we have okay. All right. The president rolled out a new space policy last month, guys. In the last year. Well, last year I could say last year, right? That counts, right? The president rolled out a new space policy, and that policy emphasizes urgency. It's the first time NASA in a long time has had concrete, deadlines to get to. You are going to land in 2028. You're going to land. You're going to build a moon base, and it's going to be nuclear powered. Go do it. I think that timelines are the real key to NASA's urgency. If you look at times where NASA has proverbially, has done things fast. They've done things fast. They've had dates, and they've had a primary stakeholder expectation that is dependent on time. The Apollo program is a great example of this. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things. It's a great speech. You should watch that speech. It gets me fired up, man. It just makes me want to yell, shake and bake. Shake and bake! It's
Makes
great,
me
man.
want to watch Rice play football. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not me.
why does Rice play Texas?
Why no, you
Well,
don't.
it looks like the chat agreed with us, EJ.
Yeah, I think that with the president's new space policy that we're definitely going to see a somewhat accelerated timeline. And I think SpaceX is up to the challenge. Not that Blue wouldn't be up to the challenge either. I think Blue's licking their chops for some contracts here, so I don't think that they wouldn't.
They're working hard. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They got a bunch of irons in the fire. It seems like every day nowadays we see Blue just come out like, oh yeah, we were making that. Of course we were making that. Yeah, we're making a transfer vehicle. Use the sun shield. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't we be making that? Oh yeah,
It's like
we took Joey Bruno. Yeah, he's the head of the National Security Group. Of course we have that. Why wouldn't we have that? It's like, okay.
Yeah, I realized we didn't talk about Turbo
No.
going to Blue Origin.
Yeah, right.
We
next
talked about
brought
him
it up.
leaving ULA, but that was like, yeah. Anyways,
fine.
yeah, that's the next segment. Yeah. So my reasoning behind this. So by the way, I did the questions. Hi. So I already knew what I was gonna answer. But yeah, the reason why we're doing this question, by the way, if people are confused, like, oh, we're talking about Artemis 2, what would like 2026? That's Artemis 2 only. Artemis 3 is in the future. But this year might be the year that NASA changes its mind and they're like, we're going to change now landers or something like that. We already saw in October and November that they were sort of toying with that idea and, trying to accelerate timelines and whatnot. We saw also in December, as you said, EJ, the president released this executive order or whatever it was. I don't remember exactly that, what exactly it was, but it was something that he released. And it was all about, beating China and accelerating timelines and whatever.
China.
So it is one of the possibilities that after Artemis 2, later in the year, first of all, we're going to start seeing hardware for Artemis 3 arriving to the VAB because the core stage is supposed, in quotes, supposed here, okay? It's supposed to go to the VAB from Michoud this year, right? At some point in the year. And it's going to get readied, it's going to get its engines and everything. And so all of that will be prepared over this year. And of course, we're going to be keeping an eye very closely to the developments of the lander. So hence this question. To put it in short, I just think that's, they're going to stick with Starship and they're just going to be like, SpaceX, find another way to do the things that you need to do faster, safer, without compromising safety and whatever. But, find a way. Just do it.
Faster, better,
Do it.
harder, stronger. Anyway,
Should
So
I do it
here's-
again? Do it.
yes, I love that.
Jerry
I
will be
love
like,
that version.
do it faster. Come on.
So here's my question then to both of you who said accelerated timeline. What do you define as accelerated? what would you consider being sped up as opposed to the current date, which I believe what currently is 2028?
Oh, dude,
Wait,
I'm
this-
0 for 2. I'm
All right,
0
we
for
need to
2
change
on
the old
talking
stinger
muted.
that says Jack, you're muted to EJ, you're muted.
EJ, you're
Oh,
muted.
I don't want this mantle. Please don't do this. Oh,
Just don't change your takes on bagels and we're fine. Anyway, continue.
I hate my life. Such a rookie move. Anyway, all right. Just give me some time to dust off the cobwebs. So, okay. What we're getting at. Okay, so I have this theory here. It's time for EJ's wild theories with the mic unmuted. You know, we're good. So SpaceX can move with the Block 3 Starship. They want to be able to do 100 tons into low Earth orbit. Personally, I mean, I don't know. Alex, you feel free to agree or disagree. I think if you're going to carry that kind of payload capacity into space, I don't think the concept of operations for refueling is nearly as complicated. Like everybody's like, oh, 12 to 16 missions. I really don't think it's that complicated. I really think they'll be able to optimize they'll be able to optimize fueling operations, especially with that higher payload capacity. You know, if you can pull 100 tons of extra fuel and oxidizer into space, no, I mean, I don't think they'll be able to do it every time, but even you know, that's a pretty big increase in propellants. Like with that 100-ton payload capacity, you could do whatever. I mean, I did the math out once. If we remade a LEM, like just, and not that SpaceX would do this. This is an entirely conditional hypothetical here. Like if we remade the LEM from the Apollo missions, it's about 16 tons.
Yeah.
And you put that in Starship's payload bay. Just the reason I'm telling you this is just kind of an idea of what 100 tons to LEO actually means, right? LEO being low Earth orbit for the uninitiated. Don't worry. If you want to learn the terminology, you'll get addicted to space.
And if you
you'll
write
end
it
up
on an
like
NSF
us.
article, you need to do low dash Earth orbit.
Yeah,
Anyways.
exactly.
Right?
So, all right,
The style guide.
if you have a LEM inside of Starship's payload bay, and Starship can move 100 tons into low Earth orbit, that is enough to get us to no refueling. You have the LEM inside, you launch it, and it can go directly to the moon. The Starship can, you know, provided boil off is figured out, Starship could circularize in low lunar. The LEM could go down, do its thing, ascent module comes back up, redock with Starship, ditch the ascent module, and then come back on a tank of gas. No refueling required. That's a little bit of perspective here for what 100 tons to LEO actually means. So I think that, you know, people are doing the math out, taking into account, like, you know, you're going to need 16 flights to refuel with your concept of operations, or what's called ConOps. I think SpaceX will optimize this over time. They'll optimize it over time, and on this accelerated schedule, I mean, you're going to need more iteration, which means you need to fly more and not have your boosters blow up on the test stand. That'd probably be a good idea. To be able to optimize their concept of operations around less refueling in LEO. I got a snicker there. Nice. And go from there. So like just some food for thought. I think they'll be able to shorten up their timelines with optimization over time. Alex, what do you think?
Well, so my thinking about accelerations go a little bit more on the ground side of things, right? As you were mentioning, they need to launch a lot, right? Not just for the refuelings, but also for development, right? That's the way that Starship is working right now, where it's like you launch, you fail, you launch again like a few weeks later, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if you keep failing, that's obviously not the greatest way to go. You have to improve at some point, right? Like you fail, but the next time that you fail, it's not for the same thing, it's some other thing, and you have gone even further than before, et cetera, et cetera. But one way that they can launch more is to have more launch pads. And yes, they do have now permissions for doing certain things at Slick 37, for example, now to be able to do those 2 launch pads. Like this render over here of HLS, on the URL, it literally says 37, Slick 37, at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So this is actually from that pad. So if they could launch more, if they could have a bit more of a, easier access to paperwork being finished earlier, for example, to have launch pads available, perhaps even to the point of like, actual federal money support to be able to invest on the ground infrastructure. I don't think that that'll be the case though, but that could be even one possibility that NASA might even have at their disposal if they wanted to give a bit of a helping hand to the Starship HLS contract, right? There's also the potential as well to be able to help more with things like their own resources at places like Marshall, for example, for on-orbit refueling, on the ground technology testing and whatnot. Like they have lots of different things that they could have at their disposal to be able to help as much as they can to test a lot of the things on the ground, so that when they actually go up and fly, things don't break apart, right? Like, yeah, they may have a bit of an issue here and there, but there are things that they can solve easily. And with greater launch tempo, they can just recover again and launch and launch and launch, right? Like, that could be the idea here behind accelerated timelines. Also, condensing some of the plans, like, a few months ago, we were talking about how SpaceX was hinting at them doing, like, instead of two separate missions, it will be one mission after the other, all using the same vehicles. In this case, doing the long duration on orbit demonstration, which is supposed to be also this year, by the way. We'll talk about that later in the show because there's a Starship section as well. And then you've got also as well the on orbit ship to ship demonstration for transferring fuels. So they're going to be doing the same thing. They're just going to keep the same ship up there in orbit for a long time and then do the docking and everything. So like that's a way to condense missions, not having to launch as many times. But if you can launch more times, that kind of helps you. And that's the way that they're developing Starship, right? So I think that could be a way, making it easier for them to be able to launch. Also to manufacture. Let's not forget that, partially the reason they don't have a Star Factory in Florida right now is because they are not approved right now to have a Star Factory. They have the Gigabay construction right now, but they do not have the Star Factory, and they're still underway with all of the approvals and everything to expand a Roberts Road. So that's probably also a thing where they can, get a bit of a help, if you will. But whether one agrees with that kind of help or not, and that's corruption and whatever. There's many debates about that, of course, from many sides of many things. But that will be an idea that make things easier.
And with that, Alex, answer is now the year 2027. Happy New Year, everybody.
How was 2026?
It was a blur, man, I'll tell you.
Did we get our predictions right?
But so Max, I don't know of your thoughts on it. My thought behind my vote is the fact that you can try and push and accelerate timelines as much as you want, but you are still entirely reliant upon the vehicle being ready. And that's something you don't want to rush, especially when we're talking about human lives, especially when we're talking about getting people safely on the surface of the moon with what is still a very experimental vehicle. So my thought process is, sure, you can push as hard as you want, but the vehicle's going to dictate, here's how fast you can go. So I think they're going as fast as they can already, and I think 2028, or what the current time frame is still a safe bet. Max, I don't know your reason behind your vote, if it was similar.
Yes, but it's also an expansion on that, in that you are also dependent on who is actually ready and what hardware is actually ready, what companies are actually ready to either build or support further hardware. And from what we can see, Blue Origin still has yet to actually prove their upcoming subscale spacecraft or lunar lander that should be launching here in maybe 2 or 3 months, depending on vehicle readiness. That even itself has to be proven. But knowing how Blue operates, launching once, I think there's a pretty high confidence that it's going to work, especially with how much time that they have invested into it. After they landed the booster, after Flight 2, they went on a full frenzy, releasing all these images and showcasing all of this brand new technology that they've been keeping behind closed doors for so long, and it was so refreshing to see. But they still have to demonstrate that subscale lander, and which they very easily could, very, very quickly as well, like faster than I think maybe most people are ready for. And on the other hand, this year is also incredibly important for Starship, whereas I don't want to call last year a lost year, but based on the setbacks that they had between Flight 7 and 9, they are not where they want to be at the moment, and that they still have not been able to fully demonstrate the Starship upper stage getting to orbit and bringing it back, which is a key part in the HLS program. So it really depends. My vote is really, it all depends on whether or not the hardware is actually ready and the companies behind the hardware actually being ready or not. So Blue and SpaceX could be, in theory. We can only see so much on the outside. I think it's more than safe to assume that both companies have a ton cooking behind closed doors that we cannot see, and I'm sure SpaceX is like chomping at the bit to show anybody, or maybe not. But they have. I would love to see where they are actually at with HLS progress beyond the renders that they have shown us, both interior and also on the launch pad that we also recently saw from Slick 37.
See, I don't understand how you can be so sure. Like, oh, it depends on if they get all this stuff done, but they're probably getting stuff done behind closed doors. Like, what does that mean? What do you mean? You can't have it both ways. This ain't Burger King.
Are you sure? I mean, it's just it's going off of the fact that we hadn't, just using Blue as an example in the lander, we hadn't seen the amount of progress that we did with the subscale lander until they had actually shown us, and it's like and before that point, we couldn't really say if it was ready or not. And then they show us, and it's like, oh yeah, it was ready. It wasn't ready the whole time, but obviously it was making a lot of progress behind closed doors that we can't see. So it's difficult to judge from behind closed doors from our perspective where they're at. So we can only assume.
You did by voting no.
Yeah. I didn't vote that they would that they'd be accelerating progress. EJ,
They will though. They will. I think they will.
I think that'll depend on the progress that China itself actually makes. That being said, the goal of 2030 that they have said is probably conservative, and you will probably end up being correct in this scenario. I'm just trying to be conservative here. But accelerated timelines make me itch. And that is from what we have seen in prior missions, both cough, cough, Challenger, cough, cough, Columbia, and Oversight. When there's people involved, what? Go ahead.
You're saying that Go Fever could be an issue if we accelerate the timelines to 2028?
Could be.
Hey, what did we start this stream with? What information? What's launching at February 6th?
Artemis 2, EJ. Launching no earlier than February 6th of 2026.
Huh. All right. Okay.
But
just trying to be conservative.
Again, like you were saying, they lost a lot of time in 2025. I agree with that. Because also, Max, welcome to the new intro. Ship 36 also was a thing in 2025.
Yes.
So even when we were finally getting ready to move on past the terribleness of Block 2 and onto Block 3, cool, let's check out the new ship. Oh, about that. Yeah. Again, I'd rather that happen now. I'd rather it happen this early in the development where they can still make changes. I'd rather it happen at this point where they're not even close to putting humans on it and that it's not a risk to life. I'm okay with it happening now, but there has to be a pivotal point where it goes from iterative learning to, iterative design on something that's functioning. Like going from Falcon 9, Block 3 full thrust, or Block 4 full thrust to Block 5, as opposed to this case where it feels like we're going from Falcon 1 to Falcon 9 still. So it's just my thought on it. And that's why I still think that as much as they want to accelerate it, they are setting themselves back, and I'd rather them stop and take a little bit longer to make sure that things go safe.
Yes and no on that front. I think when the time comes and SpaceX really needs to prove what they are capable of doing, as we say, showing the Blue Origin lander, SpaceX really needs to be able to deliver on what they aimed to do last year in order to have any hope of making the 2028 deadline or landing target currently with Artemis 3. Because they have still not been able to bring a Starship upper stage to orbit and bring it back, which they wanted to do last year, and they also have to demonstrate the propellant transfer in orbit as well in order to get a Starship to the moon, which they were kind of hoping for last year, but realistically wasn't going to happen. But Block 3 is it's not even close to being flight ready yet. There's still a bit left to go with both Booster 19 and Ship 39. So we're probably at least a couple of months out, like minimum, on both vehicle fronts. SpaceX really needs to prove, or really needs to show and prove to everyone what they're made of this year, if there's any hope to be had for a 2028 window. I could be wrong. That could age terribly, and SpaceX could just come storming out of the gate and make a timeline at the very end, hypothetically, of like late 2027. But example, hypothetical. Could be wrong, and that clip could age terribly. And I hope it does for everyone's sake here. But it's a complex issue, and talking about timelines on that front is kind of a sore topic with some kind of difficult to talk about in some regards. But it's a big gamble, and if it pays off, the benefits are extreme.
I've just been loving EJ's
You have thoughts,
facial
EJ?
expressions.
You're making a lot of faces.
I think. See, I think they'll go storming out of the gate. I think Blue's going to go storming out of the gate too. I really do. I think this year we're going to see a lot of acceleration in the space program. I really do. You know, and this is what Alex and I were talking about. Having you know, I know people are going to say it's just a president, it's just words, et cetera, and you're absolutely right. But also at the same time, having a concrete deadline that's just bold enough to be on the across the line of okay, that's a little nuts trying to get that done by that time is exactly what NASA needs. And if Jared Isaacman gets in there and gets that thing working like a well-oiled machine, we're going to see rates of iteration that we have not seen. You know, and this is like across the board. You know, do we want to go? We want to go conquer the stars. We want a moon base. It's going to need a lot more. And I think it's going to need a lot more than just, get it to orbit and get it refueled and figure that out and go from there. If you're going to want to set up the logistical avenues to build a moon base out by 2030, it's not just getting a lander. It's not just, can they make the lander work? So they're going to have you're going to have to go extra fast if you want to complete these stakeholder expectations that was set forth by the president in his space policy. Because you're going to go faster, because you need to go faster, because it's not just flags and footprints, and building a moon base that's nuclear powered on there is not going to take one launch or two launches or three launches. You're going to need to set up a logistical avenue going to and from the moon. That's gonna take it. So companies like Blue, New Glenn with 9x4, right? At Blue and SpaceX with Starship, they're gonna kick these programs into overdrive to support that avenue because they're the ones that can. And that's why I think we're going to see an accelerated timeline, and I absolutely think 2020 is doable. I think the
2030,
2028. Excuse me. Okay. 2028 is doable for a landing. I'm sorry that 2020 lives rent free in my head. Everybody knows what I mean.
All of our heads, unfortunately.
Right, I know. By 2028, and a base by 2030, I think that is obtainable. I think we're going to see speeds here that we're not used to. I think that thinking about this, in the old way, you could get Go Fever. You're like, but yeah, that's true. You absolutely can. Go Fever is absolutely a thing. But with rapid iteration, that kind of bucks that trend. You know what I mean? I really do. I really think that they're going to go fast. Guys,
they have to.
Booster 19 got stacked by Christmas. What's to say that?
Yes.
What's dude? Yep.
You were right. You were right.
You were right.
Broken clock is right twice a day. All right. And my predictions for 2025 were not great, dude. It's like I did get that one right. But what I'm saying, Max, is they got another one. Who's to say? What are they going to do? Just make Booster 19 and be like, okay, well, let's start on the other booster. No, Star Factory's a dang assembly line, dude. It's an assembly line. 20 is already being built. We don't need CP11 looking at the Gigabay to tell us that information. You know, look at how fast they rolled out 19, which means 19 was being made when Booster 18 popped.
Yeah.
20 is going to get made. 20 is going to be built. And then 21 right after that. It's going to happen. Like they're going to go fast. Like look at that rate of iteration. Alex, how long did it take for them to put 18 together compared to 19? What's the delta in time there?
Many hours. I would say though, many hours. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm like
About that long.
yeah, because I was thinking about the fact that. So my main question, we should discuss this on the Starship section.
Yeah, I was
but
gonna
anyways,
say.
Yeah.
okay. Look, what are we gonna do? Is we're gonna wrap it up here. How about that?
Yeah, let's save that.
Sawyer? Okay. And then we'll put a pin on that and we'll talk about it later. How about that?
Yeah.
And I'll do my Alex answer about it.
We have a whole SpaceX Starship segment coming up. So
There you go.
anyway, I also need to thank some people here. Mr. 6206, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. George, becoming a Red Team member. Says Mazik, Sec Mazik, I really hope I'm saying that right, becoming a flight engineer, the highest level of support that we have here at NSF. Thank you so much for that. Beyond generous. So you will get all of the perks, everything. You get your name at the end of the Flame Trench NSF Live. You get access to the NSF Discord. You get all of the perks. And as I always like to say, when we build the NSF parking lot, you get a guaranteed space in that. Really appreciate it. And the second highest level of support is Launch Director, which Tony Ray Frey becoming a Launch Director member as well. Thank you so much for all of the support, everyone. We really appreciate it. Oliver saying first trench of the year, let's go. Lords of Random, Artemis 2 is finally launching, so Artemis 3 is still happening in 24, right? Right?
We
That was before we
were
had the
supposed to be
question.
on the moon by 2024. We don't need. We don't have to talk about that. It's fine. It's fine. We're past it.
It's fine. Mr. Fluffy saying, Bayer, or bravo. First U.S. launch of 26, Best Coast, here we come. We'll see if Cosmos SkyMed ends up actually going, or if
The weather is
Starlink
horrible
tomorrow
right
ends up
now.
going
So
first. I don't know,
Yeah.
we'll see. Starlink tomorrow could do it, and that would be from Florida. This is unfortunately a sad update. Astro95 Media giving a shout out for Larry Sullivan, one of NSF's OG photographers for shuttle operations, who we learned this week passed away. He covered mission STS-129 through STS-135, as well as retirement ops. Godspeed, Larry. Yes, Godspeed to Larry and to Larry's family and everything. Thank you. Thank you for all you did for NSF, too. Shazbert saying Happy New Year to all. Let's go, SLS. John be gifting a Red Team membership. All four gifting a Red Team membership as well. Goff, by the way, in reference to your muting like Jack, EJ saying as long as you don't burn the bacon, you should be safe. So far, so good.
I don't burn food. I worked
I was
way
gonna
too
say.
much in a restaurant back in the day to burn food. I don't do that.
Bideford, great to see you this new year with a $50 super chat saying Happy New Year, everyone. I'm going to have to watch this Flame Trench once I get back. Well, whenever you're watching this, hi Bideford, we love you. Space Pope also with the $50 super chat. Bless this New Year's trench. Space be with you. Space be with you as well, Space Pope. Avery Design gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Space Pope gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Goodness gracious, folks. It's so good to be back. I've missed streaming with you. Rise Against Gravity. Happy New Year to all the NSF team and all of its followers. Ryan saying love the show. Thank you. We love doing this. This is one of my favorites. And Bob Fillmore gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much, everybody, for all of the support. We've missed you. We really have. And yes, we spent all that time on one topic, so let's keep going here. Because we have a couple of companies that we want to talk about here for 2026 in the United States. And let's start off with Blue Origin to begin with here, because last year we finally saw New Glenn debut, and not only did we see it once, but twice. We saw the first successful launch at the beginning of the year, And then in November, we had the second successful launch, completely successful, including the successful landing. And as you heard in the new intro, where's Jacqueline? There it is. EJ, you now know the exact order of how that was said, right?
No, I don't actually.
Oh my god.
No, apparently I don't. Just saying, not bitter.
Oh.
No, no one's bitter about that.
Oh,
None of
man.
you in the comments on that video were bitter at all about how that ended.
Thanks for having my
Anyway.
back, chat. Appreciate it, boys.
But anyway, so it's going to be interesting to see the cadence here for Blue Origin in 2026. Now that we've seen 2 successful flights, they have some deadlines they have to meet, in particular with Amazon Leo. Sorry, Kuiper's new name. You know how I still feel about that. They have a lot. They have to have half of their constellation up by July of this year. I think it's safe to say that may not happen, but it'll be interesting to see how many they can get to and how many of those will end up launching on New Glenn, because they also have contracts with Ariane 6 as well. They've got a lot of work to do. I don't know. Do you guys think that they're even going to be able to launch all of those LEO satellites, and what this means for Blue's launch future this year? Who wants to take that first?
Sorry, repeat it 1 second. I had to do something in the background.
Not all at once. Yeah.
I'll take it. I gotta know. You gotta tell me. Sorry.
Blue, do we think that they're actually going to be able to reach anywhere near that goal of half the constellation by July? How far do you think they're going to get? And how much of that are we going to see as a lead up to a pickup in cadence of New Glenn?
They'll scale. Blue's gonna get. They're gonna get more than 2 flights this year. That's absolutely happening.
No. Hey.
What's that?
That was me agreeing. That was me agreeing.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. All right. I was gonna say, I'm like, what? Really? You should know this. I don't know if they're gonna get that whole constellation, but guys, everyone's like, oh my god, they're gonna miss their deadline. They're gonna miss as if they're not going to just file like an extension for it, like as if that's not going to happen. Of course that's going to happen. Like I think they'll if they've made substantial progress towards Amazon Leo and getting their constellation up, by the time the deadline expires, they'll just go like, hey, look, we're making pretty solid progress. I'm pretty sure they'll get an extension from the FCC and they'll be like, yeah, okay, cool. Like I understand, like, they have to get it done by this point in time, et cetera, et cetera. And forgive me, I'm not like the most familiar with the bureaucratic process here for, launching proliferated low Earth orbit satellite networks. But I think I don't know if they're going to meet their deadline. But to sit here and say like, oh, they're not going to make some substantial progress in 2026 is a little weird. I think that they're going to scale, dude. They're absolutely going to nail it. I don't think New Glenn's going to be flying Falcon 9 frequency for some time, but you're definitely going to see a scale up here. They got a booster back, guys. That's a huge deal.
That helps driving the cadence, because if they can reuse it.
Yeah, there you go.
And then they land another one, and then they can reuse that one again. They have multiple second stages already built and even tested. So who's to say
Alex,
they cannot do multiple launches, right?
I think that's the key. That's the key to what I'm talking about. You're seeing tons more Blue Origins, like New Glenn second stages, than you are first stages, which tells me that reuse is basically built in. It's baked into their design basically from the start, that's cool. I mean, New Glenn is purpose built for reuse. It wasn't retrofitted like Falcon 9 was. But then again, Falcon 9 was the first one. I don't know. Fanboy amongst yourselves in the comments. But Blues they are definitely going to make some substantial progress. I don't think they'll meet the deadline, but they're just going to be like, yo, look, we're building.
Yeah. I will add as well, like, it's not just, because on the notes I mentioned Kuiper, Amazon Leo, because that's sort of the major driver. Like, they have tons and tons of launches, but they also have a few launches expected this year. Mainly, we're talking about the moon in the previous segment, right? And Artemis. They also have their Blue Moon Mark 1 lander, which is supposed to launch sometime this year. They already have integrated that, and at some point it will roll out and go out to the Johnson's Space Center for thermal vacuum testing, and then come back to the Cape and get launched. So that's also happening this year. They also have at least I think there's a couple of launches as well with AST Space Mobile, for example, with the Bluebird satellites. So that's also going to be part of the schedule in 2026. So they have quite a backlog of launches. They definitely will benefit from having those reuse boosters. Like I think, having done a first launch, it's true that it doesn't guarantee, the first landing, I should say, it doesn't guarantee that other landings will be successful, but it does give you a really high confidence that they will, right? So if they keep landing these boosters and they keep producing these second stages, even at a slightly higher pace than even right now, they might be able to do a decent amount of launches in 2026 for being the second year. I mean, not decent in, lots and lots and lots, but decent amount.
I think it was either Dave Limp or Jeff Bezos that stated publicly that the targeted ideal launch cadence for New Glenn when they have customers lined up is once every 2 weeks, which is a lot for a rocket that size and for a
24.
rocket that So, I think they'll launch. Well, actually, that this is part of our next prediction poll. I can't give that away yet now, can I? But EJ, I know EJ was just yelling at me privately, just asking me to disagree with him once. But no, I fully agree in that they are going to scale New Glenn a lot this year, and especially next year as well. And with the 9x4 variant coming up in the next 3 to 4 years as well, which will enhance the amount that it can carry substantially. They need New Glenn to work. Everyone needs New Glenn to work, just like in the same way everyone needs Starship to work. So it's basically the backbone of Blue Origin's entire Florida. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh goodness gracious, my mind is blanking today. I'm shaking rust off too. Operations. There we go. But yeah, I think 2026 and I almost said 2025. 2026 and 2027 are going to be the years of what I think progress with Blue is going to be exponential when it comes to both the launch vehicles and also with their own payloads as well, especially with Mark 1 hopefully launching the next, ideally 2 to 4 months, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I disagree. I'm just kidding.
No.
You fooled me. You fool. You got me. You fool.
Inconceivable.
How dare we keep it civil here? I mean, here's the thing. I think that if they can get the launch cadence up, then majority of them are going to be for Leo. I think the real big test for all of this is once they finally start getting all of the USSL contracts, or the military contracts, basically. I think that's going to be big for Blue. In the meantime, I think their main customer has got to be, Leo, right?
Well, Sawyer, now they have somebody that can deal with national security launches, right?
You see where I was going with that? There you go.
All right.
Yeah, especially as we didn't get to talk about, because it happened after our final flame trench. Tori Bruno, we mentioned, had left United Launch Alliance, but now has a new home in the national security side of things over at Blue Origin. So Blue scooping up Tori. What do you think? I mean, one of the big things that I know we've talked about, that we talked about in the video that we did on Breaking Space about it, that we'll talk about coming up on This Week in Spaceflight following this, of course, as always, for the more serious news of the week. But if you're hoping to not have to see my face, sorry, I'm hosting this week's twist as well. But, I mean, he's a rocket guy. He is all about the rocket side of things, the rocketry side of things. Yes, he's done very well in terms of kind of getting the whole diplomatic side of things down, working with the companies, working through all the government contracts and things like that. But his heart's always been in the rocket design and the rocket launching side of things. So, I don't know, do you think that means we'll finally see an increase of launches on Blue, potentially, with these national security payloads?
Probably not in 2026. I think the first ones are a little bit later, right? But it may add, I think SpaceX did like 6, maybe 8 of these. Actually, I think it's been more than 10 now that I'm thinking about it. Because between Starshield, the SDAs, yeah, I think it's approaching 10 this year. Last year now, 2025. So like, if you added 10 launches to New Glen's manifest on a random year, even with like, one launch every 2 weeks sort of thing,
Right.
that's 24 launches a year, right? That's almost half of the launches for a year manifest. So yeah, I mean, in the definitely not in 2026, but I will say in the future, like in subsequent years, it may add a decent amount of launches. Yeah.
I mean,
There
it
you go.
seems like with all of this new role, yeah, a lot of it's going to start to take place in 27, and we'll really see things ramp up in 28. But I feel like this sets them up for getting those military contracts. Because again, right now, most of them are with ULA. Obviously, he has his connections since he was the CEO at ULA for 12 years, bringing those connections over to Blue. What does that mean? Do you think we'll see a lot more of these Blue contracts? Do you think maybe there are ones that would have originally gone to ULA that will now go to Blue? Or is that maybe a kind of pull away from ULA? Is a kind of sticking their nose up in a way to his past employer?
No.
I mean, Tori is a really good salesman. He obviously knows his stuff, and he is incredibly passionate about it as well. He's one of the smartest characters in the entire industry. But one of the comments that kind of put me off a little bit was when he said he left ULA on a solid path to reusability when he departed, and on that front, that is the smart reuse program, which ULA wants to implement with Vulcan, with being able to separate the BE4 engines off the bottom, or the whole engine section from the bottom of the Vulcan core booster, and have that re-enter separately, and then reuse the engines in there, and therefore saving a whole bunch of costs on booster manufacturing. That was supposed to happen years ago, and to this point, we've only seen a subscale version of the heat shield that they would actually be using, and that itself was a sub payload on a separate mission. I can't remember which one it actually was off the top of my head. But is it too far fetched to say that it kind of felt like Tori was jumping ship? Is that too far to say? Maybe EJ?
I don't think he's jumping ship, Max. No.
Okay.
I think Blue wants to go after Golden Dome. They want to go for Golden Dome contracts.
Yeah.
And they probably poached him, if anything. That's just a guess. I don't know.
Yeah, by the way, Vaquero used those exact words, saying, I don't think Tori was pushed. I think he jumped ship. So obviously, you could see it there. Not the only one thinking about it.
Well, that isn't where I stand officially. It's just an angle that I want to talk about, because ULA, they had a great year with Atlas. They launched Atlas 5 or 6 times last year, which was an incredible cadence for it as well. But Vulcan only launched once last year. Only launched once. And if New Glenn launches again before Vulcan, both vehicles would have flown the exact same number of times, despite Vulcan launching for the first time way back in the beginning of 2024. So it certainly raises a lot of eyebrows and some questions about the whole deal. But EJ, that actually brought up a really good point about Golden Dome and Blue's greater ambitions as a spaceflight company beyond just a launch provider. Makes a lot of sense. And obviously Tori knows his stuff, and he's a great salesman. So I think that's probably, yeah, they may have poached him.
I think that's what happened, man. Got that Amazon money, dude. Sorry.
You think he gets discounts?
I think he has a very, very hooked up Prime account, yes.
Can we show the tweet again? Because I want
That's
to point
what
out
you're
one
asking,
thing.
dude.
But yeah, there's like, I feel like we focused a lot on the first sentence and not on the second one. Like that, up to them now, it feels more like, not my problem.
Not my monkeys, not my circus.
Yeah, right? Like, it's like, yeah, I'm done with ULA. You know, whatever they want to do, they want to do. Like, there's been a lot of, behind the scenes talks and rumors and a lot of accounts from all people at ULA that very early on when he joined, ULA had many plans for Vulcan, etc., and one of them was actually making it reusable. And he was not against it, but Boeing and Lockheed Martin, which are the parent companies of ULA, were not too happy about that, right? Because it could become a competitor of certain other space launch systems, right? And so that's one of the things that makes me think that now that Vulcan is more or less, it's developed, it's launched, it may launch again, hopefully in the next few weeks. They're stacking a new one again. So we'll see, but it felt like one of the things that Max was saying. Yes, ULA had 6 launches last year, but only one of them was Vulcan. Everything else was just 4 Atlas for Amazon and 1 for Viasat, and that was pretty much it. And the only Vulcan that launched was a military Vulcan. Finally, Vulcan launching a military payload, and that was it. And it's like, where are the other payloads? Where all of the other Vulcan launches that they wanted to do in 2025? Where are they? Well, maybe now they have said, okay, now we figured out what happened. Now we're ready. Maybe 2026 is the year for Vulcan to ramp up.
I hope it is.
No idea, but maybe Tori was like, okay, it's good, bye, and jump ship. Like that can also be the case, right? And so we'll see.
Yeah, it's worth noting. I mean, they've shared images that they're working on their next Vulcan rocket. And again, it's like you talked about, it's another military one. I believe the next one is USSF 87, which is their second U.S. national security mission. And this one's exciting. It's a VC-4S, the 4 solid rocket boosters, baby.
She got back a
that's
punch,
nice.
man.
She does. That's what launched the last time as well, and the VC-4 is also the most powerful launch vehicle to have ever flown from Space Launch Complex 41. Until we see a VC-6, which is a Vulcan with 6 solid rocket motors on it, which will destroy almost everything, or anything that's around it. It's even more powerful than Delta IV Heavy at that point as well.
Yeah. How many remote cameras are you going to lose in 2026 to that is the question, right?
Yeah. Well, ULA hasn't actually let us set that close, like at the super close spot that we normally have in recent missions. So hopefully not as many, but safe to say cameras will be a lot farther away.
Yeah. At least you'll want to, just for the sake of not destroying your lens. Because, yeah, the first Vulcan flight did a number to most people's cameras, if I remember.
Mine included.
Yeah. But yeah, so that'll be exciting because that one's a direct-to-geo flight, too. So it's going straight for it, not geostationary transfer, straight to geo.
Yep.
That's awesome.
That's exciting.
Which is basically just Centaur 5 showing off.
Oh, yeah. It's the high-performance Centaur 5 upper stage, as they worded it. But so it'll be interesting to see how many Vulcan flights, and we know how many Atlases are left. One of them will likely fly the Starliner 1 uncrewed resupply mission that probably should have been crewed but wasn't because Starliner is a, Starliner. So that's a verb now. It's a piece of Starliner.
Get Starliner, nerd.
Yeah. But it's an adjective. It's a to Starliner to mess up badly. It can be a verb. There you go. I Starliner, you Starliner, he, she, we Starliner. Oh no, that's Wumbo.
Wumbo maxing in 2026. You heard it
Wumbo
here
maxing.
first. Yep.
That's 4th Vulcan rocket.
Hey guys,
These kids.
Hey guys, I have another theory, and some folks talking over my Twitch chat. We're dual streaming this to Twitch because I stream over there. Kind of jogged my memory. Like, there's something to think about. Like, I don't know if it was around, but Tori Bruno has a very, very long resume.
Yeah.
Working on all different types of rockets, and that's not just carrier vehicles. There is a very high amount of missiles and defense systems on that guy's resume. To name a few, it's like the Trident D5, I believe he worked on. I could be
Trident
wrong.
2.
It was a Trident 2.
Yeah.
And then he worked on the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense. The guy's good at making missiles. And it is entirely possible that he just wanted to work on Golden Dome, and that was a good way to do it. Golden Dome is an It's not anti-ballistic missile. It's anti-ICBM, I think, not just ballistic missile. If I'm remembering right. I mean, the defense stuff is not like my best stuff. So, I mean, it's possible, money wasn't a thing. If they didn't push him with money, it's like, hey, this might be a cool thing to work on. You like missiles? You want to work on this for us? Yes, I would like to do that. I mean, somewhere floating out there is his resume. I think he posted it on X a little while back. It's really, really long. There's a lot of missiles on there. There's a lot. So maybe he just wanted to go back to making missiles. Who knows? Maybe we should ask him.
That'd be sweet.
We should ask him.
We should
You
ask
like
him.
making missiles? He'll be like, yeah. yeah, do.
All right, so let's get to some audience participation here as well, because we've got 2 questions related to what we were just talking about, both in regards to New Glenn and in regards to ULA's series of rockets. So here comes first question. How many times will New Glenn launch in 2026? Keeping in mind, it flew 2 times in 2025. Is it going to be A, 1 to 3 times? It should really probably be B, 4 to 5 times. C, 6 to 10 times. And D, more than 10 times. So 1 to 3, 4 to 5, 6 to 10, or more than 10.
Yeah, sorry.
We will do our votes, and chat, you have 30 seconds with your poll.
I want to answer one of these, but all right.
Trying to be realistic.
I'll be optimistic.
Yeah.
I'll be the optimist here, okay? I'll be the optimist.
I'm not trying to be pessimistic. Like, I think this is optimistic, honestly. But
Max,
Someone called Max the new Ryan Weber, by the
Yeah,
way.
I was going to say, Max, your middle name is Ryan Weber, is it? Like
They
all one
did.
word? Ryan Weber.
Oh,
Max
man.
Ryan Weber Evans. It makes sense. It rolls off the tongue.
Max Webby Evans.
oh man,
Max Webby Evans.
I'm not sure. I'm not
We love you, Ryan.
pessimistic. I don't think.
Wow, Beaker from the Muppets is here, everybody. So yeah, again, keeping in mind it's 4 to 5, 6 to 10, more than 10. All right, and there's the timer, I believe.
Oh, again, EJ?
The exact same
Again?
groupings as last time.
Oh, Alex, my guy.
Are we like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
Let's go.
Sawyer Webby Rosenstein and Max Webby Evans here.
Oh,
Jeez.
man. How is 3 to 5 times? How is New Glenn launching 3 to 5 times this year pessimistic?
That's once every 2-ish months.
They launched
Once
twice
every
last
2 to
year. If they launched 5 times this year, that's incredible.
That's a more than 100% increase, right?
Hey, well, our answer
that
has
math
5
work?
times in it too.
Double.
Just saying.
Just
Yeah,
saying.
that's the fault of that question. I'm sorry.
I thought you can't
That's
read.
why I said
wrote
4
it.
to 5, 6 to 10.
So, but
Anyway.
Well,
Yeah,
if it launches 5 times this year, which one is right? This is important. 2026,
Ooh.
December 2026. EJ
We're all
will thank
right.
us.
Because you can go back and clip this part right now. When I read the question, I modified it. So it was 1 to 3, 4 to 5, 6 to 10, or more than 10.
6 to 7.
Stop
No,
it.
leave
Stop
that.
it. Stop it.
Leave that.
there may
Why
have been
wasn't
a
that
weird
a
question
question,
like
guys?
that.
I
Anyways,
hate-
I don't know.
I hate you,
Maybe
but
5 to
I
10
love you for that.
times.
we're
Thank
trying
you.
to fix the next one. The next one is also
Oh
the
my
same
God.
options. I'm
But
sorry.
anyway, so yeah, and it seems like chat is actually on the side of Max and I this time. Wow, dramatically on our side this time. Look at that. 58% saying 4 to 5 times, 23% say 6 to 10 times, and 18% 1 to 3 times, and 1% thinks that it will launch more than 10 times next year.
If New Glenn launches more than 10 times next year, I will literally eat a hat.
Okay. You
hey,
put that on
wait,
the internet.
Wait, that's our next company. We haven't gotten there yet. Hang on.
Oh, oops,
Okay,
right.
so let's do
Oh,
one
there's
thing.
Tori's resume, by the way.
Can
on
I
LinkedIn.
can I interject? Because I'm realizing there are a few other questions that I have the same error where I
Yeah.
repeat the. Okay, so going forward, okay, it is the last one. It is included. The last number is included, but not the first one. How about that?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's
There
like
you go.
this one 4 to 5, 6 to 10, more than 10. Yeah.
Yeah,
got it.
he's got a really long resume.
Yeah, it's impressive. I mean, I think, again, they are still new to this. They're still learning. We don't know the condition yet of the booster that came back. Is it ready to fly? Is it ready to go on the next flight? Or are they going to need to refurbish it longer than they thought? We have no idea. If it's ready to fly next flight, great. Otherwise, they're going to have to wait for a whole new booster to finish being built, tested, and fly. Once they have more boosters in their fleet, that is when I think we'll see the 6 to 10 number come into play. But until then, with their fleet still being right now one that's flown, one that's at the bottom of the ocean, and another one that hasn't been totally finished and tested yet, I think that's why I went with the with B for that one.
Has Blue said how many flights they expect each booster to conduct in its useful lifetime?
25.
Alex, answer. What is it? 25?
Yeah,
Okay. Jeez. Wow.
25.
Okay.
that's at least their initial sort of target. They may
Baseline
extend
reuse.
it.
But it was how long for when SpaceX reused its booster? What was it, 10 months or was it less than that?
Oh well, but that also had AMO 6 in between as well.
Yeah. True.
Okay, fair point.
True.
If anything, you can maybe compare with Super Heavy's first reuse, which was I think like 4 or 5 months. I think it was. So yeah.
Between flight 7 and flight 9, was it? For
Yeah.
that first booster, and then also again
Booster 14.
from and then booster 15 flew on flight 8 and then flight 11.
That was
Yeah.
a little bit longer, but only because well they had other things.
Cough at ship 36. Cough.
Yeah. Oh
Right.
my God.
But that's why I think even if it does take about that time, the 3 to 4 month time frame, they're going to want to launch in between then if they can.
Yeah.
And so that would mean building a whole other booster. And if they don't have another booster ready until 3 to 4 months from now when they can reuse it, you're already starting behind the train on it. So that's my thought process. Now,
EJ looks
the other
puzzled.
company, of course, that we mentioned there is ULA. And we have Vulcan in there. We still have some Atlas rockets left. So how many
fixed.
times will ULA launch in 2026? Keeping in mind they flew 5 Atlas launches and 1 Vulcan last year. Do we think it's going to be A, 1 to 3 times, B, 4 to 6 times, C, 7 to 10, or D, more than 10 flights? Of course, just like last time, there will be 30 seconds for us to answer. The poll will open up in chat as well, and we will make our predictions for the year.
Alex, don't let me down.
And there we go.
Don't let me
Wonderful.
down. I know which one you're picking. Don't let me down, son.
I know which one I want to pick.
Let's see.
Is it more realistic to go with the other one?
Yeah, I am in the same camp, and I made the question like I. I knew already that,
I'm going with my
that I
gut.
was going to struggle with this
I'm
one.
going with my gut. I know
think-
I've been thinking about these, but I still, now as we talk about it, I'm like, oh, that's a good point.
I think all of us are going to be right in this one, or at least together. My gut tells me.
I don't.
No?
Let's see.
Okay.
And we'll give chat a little bit of time because of the delay. And then we'll see what the results end up being.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, well, EJ
See,
and I
that's
again,
why
but
I didn't think we were, because I went for the oddball number.
yeah, but we had Max on our team this time around. Look at that.
Wait, what do you mean he's on the TV? He had 3 to 5 flights a second ago. You just
It
changed it,
looks
up?
like chat may agree with
That
you.
was for
Sawyer.
Blue, not for ULA.
That was Blue. Yeah, different company.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Mr. I can't read.
Let's see, chat also went with me, it looks like, with the 4 to 6 times. My logic behind the less is the fact that they have so few Atlas flights left. They only have a handful left, and 7 of those are set aside for Vulcan, or for Starliner, I believe, and only 1 of those will likely fly this year. So factoring in how many that they're going to have to primarily focus on Vulcan, but when they do go for Atlas, they are going to have to share the pad, and they're going to have to give time away for Starliner this year. Who knows how much time that's going to be. That's why I went for the lower end on the 4 to 6 times. As much as I wanted to click 7 to 10, I think it's going to be closer to that 6 number, just given the realism of they still have to squeeze Atlas in there, and one of those is a Starliner. And yes, they do now have the 2 VIFs, the VIF A and the VIF G, to try and speed things up a bit. So I can see it maybe hitting the 6 times, but the upper end of 4 to 6 is my guess there. And chat, 48% of you also saying B, 32% saying C, 7 to 10 times, 18% say A, 1 to 3, and 3%, surprisingly high number, saying more than 10.
Interesting.
I think there's 6 Atlases set aside for Starliner, and then only 4 of those are likely going to fly pending a newer negotiation of 2 more Starliner flights with NASA. So at the moment we have, how many non-Starliner Atlases do we have left? Is it 3? Because it was 10.
No.
It was 10 including this last flight. So 9.
4.
4. Really?
Yeah, because we've got with Leo or Kuiper, they had 9 flights, right? They did the
Yep.
proto flight, and then they've done 4 launches, so they still have another 4. 4 operational launches, proto flight, that's 5, and then another 4. So that is why, in part, why I chose C, 7 to 10, mostly because I think Vulcan, if it launches a lot, it may not do more than a handful of times, like maybe 4 times this year. But then you add the other 4 from the Leo launches, plus the only Starliner launch that is confirmed so far for this year, and you've got 5 plus, maybe 3 or 4 for Vulcan. You already are in 7 to 10 territory. That was the reason why, just like in 2025, there was only 1 Vulcan launch. The majority of launches was Atlas. I still think 2026 will feature a majority of Atlas 5 launches. Maybe I'm wrong. I want to be wrong, to be fair. I want ULA to succeed with Vulcan and all that. But, the chances are not on their favor, to be honest. But even accounting for that, with, all of the remaining Leo launches on Atlas, plus Starliner, plus maybe, say 2 or 3 Vulcan launches, it's already in that 7 to 10 territory. So that's why I chose that.
Do we know all of the Atlas Leo flights are going this year, or might there be 1 or 2 at the beginning of next year, which is kind of where I'm at? So that's why I thought it would probably be 3 Atlas launches and 2 to 3 Vulcans, which is where I kind of got my 5 to 6 number in there.
Well,
My gut
Kuiper also
feeling-
has to launch on Ariane 6 as well, which I think is
Right.
its first flight is coming up somewhat soon.
What I find hilarious, side note, Max, because you just mentioned that, is that the next Ariane 6 launch is the Kuiper
Yep.
launch, or Leo launch, whatever. It may happen before they launch those satellites on Vulcan or New Glenn.
It's kind of
Just saying,
funny.
it's going to launch first on Ariane 6 if everything holds. So, yeah. But one of the reasons is that, I think Atlas, they're just going to get rid of all of the Atlas Leo launches. They're just going to do them this year and, leave only the Starliner ones.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm very intrigued, and I'm very interested that chat kind of went on my side on this one. I'm very surprised. I thought it was going to be a unanimous 7 to 10 with everybody. So, of course, they're not the only U.S. rocket companies that we have to talk about here, because we have some newer ones that are maybe going to debut this year. Of course, we have a couple of them. The biggest one being Neutron, which is the new vehicle from Rocket Lab. That's set to... What?
You said Neutron, new vehicle. Sorry, I just...
New year, Neutron.
There you go. You got it. Sorry, my brain just works like that, okay?
Mine does too, and it didn't even pick that one up. Jeez. Oh, God. Anyway, Neutron will launch potentially this year? Question
It's
mark?
not that funny, Alex.
Okay, old Tron. Jimmy Neutron over here. Jimmy Neutron, boy genius in the bottom box. Anyway, yeah, so we are starting to see things happen with it. We're seeing videos from Rocket Lab of tanks and things being worked on. We saw the clamshell for that upper stage kind of hiding portion that will still be part of the first stage on there. We've seen that is on its way over to Wallops. We have a person who's actually at Wallops now for us, keeping track of things. We've seen hardware moving around. I mean, Alex, we've seen a lot recent with this rocket.
Yeah, they're putting together all of the pieces. So hopefully we get to see some really exciting milestones this year. Even a launch, perhaps. We'll see, right? We were hoping for Neutron to debut in 2025. Unfortunately, that did not happen. But hey, maybe 2026, right? This is even out there in Maryland. And our own Pad, he was able to spot this, which we believe it is a first stage tank for Neutron. We don't know if it's for an actual flight or if it's going to be like some kind of wet dress rehearsal on the pad, some kind of stress testing or something like that. We have no idea about that, but hey, it's there. So just saying.
Yeah, that is their Middle River facility, I believe, that Rocket Lab has out there that we're seeing this from. And in case you're unaware, again, like I mentioned, we have a team now that is solely out there covering Rocket Lab and things going on at the Wallops Flight Facility. So if you're not following us on the socials, you absolutely should, because you'll be able to see all of the updates as they happen. We'll, of course, repost them on our social channels of all the shots we're getting over there. Facebook, Instagram Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky, and X, all on there. So check us out. Always be pimping in 2026, and yeah, you can see that from Micah.
What?
Yeah.
Max's face there just made it for me. Anyway,
What?
yeah, they're working out on the pad, but we haven't seen real hardware rollout. We haven't seen any full testing on it yet. So I think this is going to get ready to lead us into our next question about coming up for Neutron in 2026. And that is honestly, how far do we think they're even going to get this year? What can we expect from Neutron? I mean, hopefully a successful flight, but I don't know. What do you think? I don't know if we're ready for the poll question yet or not, or if we should just talk this one out first.
Yeah, I think it's getting prepared because I'm seeing the thing change. So
I know Kevin's working on it in the back.
Jay!
But yeah, that video. Oh wow, that video was actually for a test stand for the second stage to be firing on the pad. There you go.
All right, so here we go. I think we'll ask the question first, and then I want to go through it with everybody because Neutron is exciting. But where is it going to be in 2026? Will we see A, wet dress rehearsal and static fire on the pad, B, launch but not make it to orbit, C, launch and making it to orbit, or D, multiple launches?
Which assumes that it's also orbit, by the way. Like, this is assumed to be progressive.
And there's the timer. Chat, don't forget to put in your answers as well. All of these, we will go over them at the end of the year in a more formal manner now that we have actual jotted down answers.
I'm so excited for Neutron.
Where's
so
the
excited
collect
for it.
$200 answer?
That's after in the post show.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with option B. No, I'm not choosing B.
No?
No. You really think it's not going to make it? Huh.
Save it.
Save it.
Save it.
No.
Wow.
Oh.
Ooh, okay.
This is the most split one
EJ?
yet from
Wow.
the
Yeah.
team.
Yeah,
EJ?
that's right.
And chat also thinking launch and orbit. I'm the Ryan Weber of this answer.
You really
I
don't
feel
think
so
it's
bad we're picking on Ryan like this. He's awesome. He's a good guy. I don't
We
need
love
to.
Ryan. It's all in good fun.
Yeah.
He knows that. If he doesn't,
As
now
he
you
does
know.
there.
The more you know.
I mean, here's the thing. They are testing some stuff that's brand new. Obviously, they have a history. They have all of their proven architecture with Electron, which is one of the most flown rockets out there. I mean, obviously, SpaceX has the majority of those, but they're still up there in terms of the amount of launches that they do per year between Mahia and over at Wallops. Just the fact that they're still so kind of far behind on infrastructure and things, I think they'll be able to test it and everything, but what worries me is the upper stage and the release mechanism of all of that. The fact that it's not necessarily a separation as it is the clamshell fairing has to open up, the Hungry Hippo style ones have to open up and then let it deploy out and not hit it on the way out, and then close back up for its ability to eventually be able to come back down and be reused. I I think it's so new and so novel that there's a potential for something to happen. That's why I said launch but not orbit. I think they'll definitely be able to get it out on the pad and light the engines. I think it'll go pretty far, but I don't know if it's going to make it all the way.
You think it's going to pull a Rocket 3?
Dang, man.
Wow.
Dang.
EJ, what makes you so confident that there's going to be multiple launches this year?
Fiduciary responsibility to shareholders, baby.
Oh.
Think about it. No, seriously, think about this for a moment. Rocket Lab has to. They have to provide services. They have to provide services that are going to see a return. They're a publicly traded company. A publicly traded company, that is absolutely going to influence their timelines. That influenced Peter Beck to pursue reusability in general. First with Electron, now with Neutron. Rocket Lab is trying to position themselves as a bespoke launch provider, right? And if they're going to do that, you're going to need to launch more rather than less. I think once this thing goes, they're gonna have to start using it more. Think about it. It really makes sense. They have to. If Neutron ends up being a dud, they're screwed, which I don't think is going to happen. I also really like Peter Beck having confidence in his systems. The CEO showing confidence in his systems is really, really reassuring. I think he said something along the lines of, we're not shooting for like, oh, with Neutron, oh, it got off the pad, so this is actually a success. No, our rocket's getting to orbit on the first try. It's getting to orbit on the first try, and we're getting that booster back. I don't know if he added the getting the booster back part, but I wouldn't think you would say that without having extremely high confidence in the design. And I think on top of that, once this thing starts going, you're gonna have to find a way to basically what's the word I'm trying to say? Like you have technical debt basically once it works. You spend a lot of money building this new rocket. Now you have to put it to work. They have to put it to work because it's Peter Beck's fiduciary responsibility, meaning he is by law burdened to make the company profitable. If the company isn't profitable for too long of a time, that opens up all kinds of crazy cans of worms with Uncle Sam and whatnot and the SEC, et cetera, et cetera. But we won't get too much into that. They got to put this thing to work. They got to put this thing to work to make that company profitable. You have to, because you incur an insanely high amount of technical debt engineering a new launch vehicle, especially a reusable one, or at least partially reusable. They're going to launch multiple times because they have to. They have to. Period. Full stop.
I think it's just going to be one launch, but I do agree that it's going to reach orbit. I'm optimistic. They have already I know that it is different fuel and whatnot, but they do have the experience, right, with Electron. It's also massively bigger. Neutron is huge compared to Electron and whatnot. But they have at least, they are not coming here without any knowledge of rocketry, right? Like, they have already done their job. More than 70 launches of Electron and counting. And, speaking of their investors and things like that, like, Rocket Lab during 2025 has also grown quite a bit in the stock market and things like that. Like, their work, not just also with Electron with launches, but also their spacecraft side and whatnot, they have had a really good year in 2025, to be honest. So my gut feeling is that even if they don't hit multiple launches of Neutron this year, I was going to say next, but it's already this year. I think it's gonna be fine. I think it's just because they're kicking it. They're doing it really well with Electron. They're doing amazing job as well on the spacecraft side. And I do follow very well what Peter Beck said about, if they think that the rocket is not ready to go, it's not ready to go. Maybe Neutron may not launch until the second half of this year. Like, we're seeing now the parts and whatnot, but maybe they're like, you know what, let's change this and let's change this other thing now that they're going into more integrated tests, right? Hence why I said just one launch in orbit, but we'll see. Max, you agreed with me. What's your take?
Yeah, I'm on the same boat. They cannot afford to have Neutron fail, especially on the first flight. I mean, mind you, they came this close to having Electron work on the first flight if it wasn't for
Yeah.
someone hitting the flight termination system button by accident. But they need Neutron to work. It is going to become the new backbone for the company and where it is headed. And they are testing the first stage engines like crazy down at Stennis. We've now seen, I think that's the first stage LOX tank, judging by the size and the length. I could be wrong, but so far we've seen what we presume to be a tank section, and then also the Hungry Hippo fairings, which are on the way over to the U.S. right now via barge and ship.
Yep.
So, they need to get this thing up and running, and they have already done an extensive amount of testing on the hardware separately before it has even seen daylight here in the States. So
Yeah.
I think I have very high confidence in the vehicle and the people behind it. Rocket Lab is doing their homework. I think that it is very fair to say.
Yeah, and let's see what chat's percentage was, by the way. 47% say launch and orbit, 25% on my side of launch but not orbit, 20% think wet dress rehearsal and static fire, and the highest percentage yet for D, 7, saying multiple launches, agreeing with EJ on that.
Okay, I admire
That's
the
interesting.
optimism.
I like the optimism, chat. I very much do, but I don't know. Someone's got to play the negative Nancy side of things here, which is what mine. But I mean, that's the thing. Electron came so close on the first try. I think it's going to be something similar where it's, one of those tiny little components, not anything massive that's a deal breaker that it will never fly again. So, just my
Why
thought.
be a negative Nancy when you could be a positive Patty?
Did you just come
Because
up
I'm
with
not
that
a
like on the
hamburger,
fly?
okay?
Yeah, I did, Max. And also,
Proud of
I'm
you.
hungry now, Sawyer.
Me too.
Me too.
You're welcome. So then I shouldn't say the comment I saw that said never underestimate a Kiwi who eats hats.
He did eat a hat.
He kept his word.
He definitely did do that.
Kept his word.
That's what I mean about
Well-
Peter Beck, man. When he says it, he means it. And like, that's not to say that other aerospace CEOs out there don't do this kind of stuff, but he ate a hat when he was wrong. I'm just saying.
And he
Depending on
openly
how many-
said,
Just saying.
he openly said Marine assets suck, and yet here they are about to have another Marine asset to help with neutron recovery. But
hey,
alas.
we interviewed him and he said he still thinks they suck, but it's a necessary evil. So,
That's my point. Yeah.
yeah. Also, you may be eating a hat, Max, next year, so we'll see.
Okay, sure.
You said it.
I did.
Not me.
But sure.
And then lastly, while we wrap up things here, in the United States of companies that don't rhyme with Mace Mex, we of course have Stoke that is hoping to come back. Words, geez. We have Stoke with their Nova rocket, hopefully set to see its debut in 2026. And I mean, this one's really exciting. I love that second stage design. I love the engines on it. We saw the hop test in 2023, and I can't wait to see the aerospike design on a basically fully reusable, including second stage design for this vehicle. And of course, launching from the Best Coast, which makes it even better. East Coast, Best Coast. I'm looking at you, Fluffy. But again, we've heard so much about it. We haven't really seen much on it. Of course, they've been making amazing progress that we've been following with all of our KSC flyovers. But I don't know. Where do we think they're going to be by the end of 2026 with Nova? I don't know. I think this is going to be an interesting one because I love the design. I don't exactly know how I feel about the progress on it. So
It's interesting because it's sort of like this pseudo mashup of Neutron because of the fairing design, New Glenn because it uses methane on the first stage and hydrogen on the upper stage, and Starship because the first stage engine is of a full flow stage combustion cycle configuration. So it's a mix of all these vehicles, and they have been racking up a ton of data and firing time on both. Is Zenith the first stage engine or the upper stage engine? I cannot remember.
First stage.
I think first stage. Thank you,
Andromeda
Alex.
is the second.
That's what it was. Thank you. So of any company besides Rocket Lab, I think they are the ones that I have the most confidence in of any newer space startup in succeeding. And that's saying a lot because we saw Terran 1 fly once with Relativity, and that was it. And we haven't seen hardly anything from them since regarding Terran R, minus the few updates they give monthly. But regarding actual flight hardware on the pad testing, yeah. So Stoke is making a lot of progress, and I think I'm still undecided in my answer because they're in the choices are in front of us, but I can't say just yet. I have to wait.
Yeah, you have to save it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a recent video kind of looking in on things, though, right, Max?
There was actually our good friend Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, went to visit their facilities over in Washington, both at the factory where they are manufacturing Nova, both the first stage and the second stage, and also the engine test stand, which is a bit down the road. Phenomenal video. And Andy Lapsa, who's the CEO of Stoke, is a wonderful human being, at least according to this video. I haven't actually met him. But he is so in depth with his explanations, and he oozes confidence in his team and his launch vehicle. It's honestly, it's intoxicating, and also it rubs off. So that's I think why I have a ton of hope for them regarding this year's progress. So yeah, I go watch it if you haven't already. It is a phenomenal walkthrough, and you see a ton of stuff that most companies actually don't like, would normally not want you to see. And on top of being so close to an actual engine firing of I think it was I can't remember if the actual article on the stand was just a test unit or if it was a flight unit of Andromeda, but they were very close to a firing of Andromeda, and it was quite the experience. But also really
So
fast,
cool.
I want to mention. Yeah, I want to mention really fast that Tim actually has the Astro Awards coming up in Austin, Texas. Great timing there, Jay. Great timing. Coming up in was it Kevin or whoever it was? Coming up in Austin, Texas, and you can see the very wide breadth of personnel that they're going to have.
Wait,
on
who's
hand
that guy
there
with the
for
hat?
Panels. I don't know who that guy is.
John
It's,
Feller?
Rack Dryer or something.
Rack
I don't
Dryer,
know.
that's who it is.
Yeah. Just a whole host of quality personnel that they're going to have on hand, talking about a variety of topics in a weekend of panels and discussions. So be sure to check that out if you haven't already. I'm not quite sure how tickets are doing, if they're sold out yet or not. Usually they tend to, but I have not been yet. I wanted to go this year. Don't think I'm going to be able to make it. But I've heard nothing but good things about the Astro Awards. So if you haven't already, please check them out as well.
But apparently not their bandwidth on that preview video. But yeah.
Is that Todd Dim, the occasional Astro Boy?
Oh my God, that was genius.
Space enthusiast.
No, Ryan Caton of NASA Spaceflight Now is the space enthusiast.
Right. Rack Dryer is the influencer.
Yeah.
There we go.
Spaceflight influencer.
Come fight me on it, Jack. Come fight me on it with your terrible bagels. Anyway. By the way, Stoke, if you want to let us, since he kind of got the factory side, if you want us to check out things over at LC14, just saying, hit us up. We'd love to.
We're down the road. We live here. Just saying.
Speaking of, there it is. There's LC14, the rendering of it. We've been following all their progress on it from the sky and the Cape flyovers, so you can see the progress going on, at least on the ground side. But I think it's time to answer the question in terms of the rocket side of things here, of where we think it will go, if the gang behind the scenes is ready to go with it. Jay on it, Kevin on it. How far will Stoke's Nova get in 2026? You can see the four choices there. Looks very similar. A, wet dress rehearsal and static fire on the pad. B, launch but not orbit. C, launch and orbit. Or D, multiple launches. Hopefully this doesn't impact our chance of getting tours with our answers.
I'm feeling optimistic about this one as well.
Let's see. Ooh,
Spoilers.
I see already the polling chat.
Yep.
All
chat.
of the numbers changing.
I'm not even looking at the poll numbers till they're done from chat.
I know what EJ's answering.
What?
I don't think anyone's going to
Probably
guess
the
my
same
answer.
I know
thing
what
as me.
EJ's answering.
I think I'm going to be lone on my answer here.
Oh dear. Let's see.
And we'll give chat a couple more seconds to catch up.
Sorry, keyboard. I'll stop.
Clickety clack, clickety. See? Yeah. Oh, whoa.
Whoa.
Look at
Wow.
this. We have
Okay.
every answer
We all have different
selected.
answers.
That's gonna be amazing for the end of the year to check.
Wow. I'm genuinely surprised.
And chat also going with
Ooh.
launch, but not orbit.
Thank you,
so
chat.
I went with wet dress rehearsal and static fire. Alex went with launch, but not orbit. Max went with launch and orbit. And EJ going with multiple launches.
Yeah, man.
He's optimistic.
Told you.
Yeah.
Told you. I told you.
It's a great song.
Wow. Okay.
All right. And chat, wow, split on this
Very
one.
close.
Yeah.
35% launch but not orbit, 32% launch and orbit, 30% wet dress and static fire, and 3% multiple launches. That is the closest one yet for chat and the most diverse one yet for all of us here on the panel.
I mean, you can say that it was also very evenly split between all four of us, right? Because we chose different ones.
Well, yeah, each of us chose a different answer, but
Yeah.
those three were really close. Ours were also different. Here's the thing. I want them to succeed. I think they're going to take things a little slower. We've seen progress. We've seen, like you said, we've seen a lot of engine testing from them. We've seen a lot
Slower?
of tests. What?
Slower? Playoffs?
No, dude. No, that's not the Stoke way. Nuh-uh. They're not
I
going to
know.
be slowing down.
I don't mean slowing down. I mean steady in their approach. I feel like they've done a lot of individual component testing, and it's amazing what they've done. I think it's going to take a little bit of time to get everything together, get it all integrated, get everything worked out, do all the testing on it, get it out to the Cape, bring it out, check all of the infrastructure at the pad with it, and do the testing that it's going to be an early January or February of 27 launch. I don't think it's going to be off by much, but I still think by the time that they integrate everything with so many of the new technologies that are being implemented in this vehicle, I think that's why it's going to take that little bit extra longer. And unlike Rocket Lab, who has experience in this is kind of their first foray into things.
And see, I disagree. It's a very good game, but I think Donkey Kong's the best game. What? Oh, no, sorry, I don't.
Boo.
I understand, new technology, it's going to go slow, et cetera, et cetera. You know that Stoke is like 5 years old, right? It was founded in 2020, and it's founded by Andy Lapsa, the guy that was Tim was talking to in his video. He was an engineer at Blue Origin. He kind of like developed the BE4. Stoke is not.
Yeah.
Okay, so why do I bring all this stuff up? They have the experience.
How many BE4s flew though when he was there?
Zero.
Right. He did a lot of work. I'm not going to say that he didn't. It's just in terms of actual launching experience, it's personally at a zero for them. And that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it means things might go a little slower. And again, I'm not saying it's that far out from launch, but
No, yeah, no, I understand that, but Stoke does not go slow, man. We're
didn't
talking
mean
about
that.
What's that?
I didn't mean that they're going slow. I just meant that, I guess, they're going full speed ahead for them, which, since it's their first time, they might be a little more cautious on certain things, is what I meant.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, dude, I see, I think, and I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I think that that's an easy opinion to have. That's a very easy opinion to say, like, oh, they're going to be cautious. Dude, we're talking about a company here that from 5 years ago at this time, there was nothing. And they have a functioning full flow stage combustion cycle engine. And whatever the Andromeda engine is, the expander cycle, that's also working. That's also done static fire and hop tests on a prototype. This company is not known to go slow. And more importantly, they ain't cautious either. They just get it right. That's guys, like, I know people is like, oh, you're just selecting D because, you want to be different. Well, yeah, of course, I like having some contrarian opinion here to an extent, but also at the same time, Stoke just seems to get W after W after W. Why should we think it's any different when it comes to launching? They're going to launch this thing. It's going to come back. It's going to freaking land, and they're going to launch another one. I'm calling it now. I'm bold enough to say that, and I will admit if I'm wrong. But, dude, like I said, they just made a full flow stage combustion cycle engine. Yeah, we'll make that. Of course we can make that. Why couldn't we make that? And then they did, and then it works. Like,
I don't
it's only a matter
disagree
of
that they're
time.
going to do that. I don't disagree they're going to do that. They will absolutely launch, and they will land, and they will fly multiple times. I just think that's more next year than this year.
Blasphemy.
If this question were for 2027, absolutely I would have gone D. But it's for 2026, so that's why I went with my opinion.
And mind you, also, the team that got Zenith running was only, I think Andy said it was only 7 people. And they have it at a very good way in its development. Andy has also said openly, also in the same video with Tim Dodd, that he expressed a very similar approach to the first flight of Nova, and that they want this thing to freaking work. It's not going to be an achievement to get it off the pad, to get it over the water, to get through max Q. Andy has said that they want to get Nova into orbit on the first flight and not have any sort of, what's the word? They don't want, I can't think of the word. They want to work on the first try. Now he also said
a partial success.
Not partial success. I think a secondary prize. Not that. Whatever. But besides the point. He has said though that reusability will not be the first and foremost focus of Nova, because they want to get the vehicle up and running and working first before they even test out reusability.
I said they were going to land it. They're expendable on the first flight. Thanks, Chad.
Yeah.
I was wrong, but you know what I'm saying. I'm saying multiple launches. They definitely will. Max, anyway, continue.
No, you're good. I think like Rocket Lab and Neutron, this vehicle has to work for Stoke's survival. And granted, Stoke isn't in a much different position because they don't have a much smaller small sat launcher as their backbone for income in the meantime that they have already been launching for years. But Andy Lapsa and a lot of his team have a lot of experience, and they have been pouring a lot of it into Nova. And the results that we have seen so far, just publicly, from results of testing, from the actual visuals of testing, and how far they've come with actual flight hardware to this point, considering how old the company is, or how young the company is staggering. And in the video, Andy said that he wanted the launch pad, or there was a high likelihood that the actual launch pad itself here in Florida was going to be done by the end of 2025. And it may be, for all we know, ready to accept a vehicle, if not be very close to that. And just from what we've seen,
close to being finished from the NSF flyovers.
Yeah, like from our flyovers, that pad looks incredible. That it looks ready to receive a launch vehicle if they had one ready. So they're making a lot of progress very fast, and I think that is why I stand very firmly behind my answer, in that they will launch once this year, and because of how determined they have been and how openly they have expressed the desire to reach orbit on the first try without having any sort of backup success, if you will, in them launching and reaching orbit on their first try this year. So I think they'll do it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Again, like I said, if this was 2027, I'm with multiple launches. But for now, I think this is going to be their year of learning, of getting everything right and ready. So that's why I probably should have never used the word slow. I think maybe cautious, but again, that's because I know when they do fly it, it's going to be successful. So that's why I'm going with cautious. By the way, some people were asking, was the word you're thinking of consolation prize?
That. Yes. Thank you.
Someone also said, was the word you're thinking of starship it?
They can't afford that as far as I'm aware.
That's what I mean.
No.
They don't want a starship.
Yeah, no.
It was their description.
Another thing just to keep or to take into account, guys, is that I get it that Nova is a fully reusable rocket. Obviously, that is a little bit complicated to make, but it is pretty much it's a medium duty vehicle. Like it's not a Falcon 9. It's a little bit smaller. Like, and I'm not saying like it's smaller, so it's easier to make. It's going to be a little bit easier to get that first stage back than it would be like a New Glenn first stage, because that thing is freaking gigantic. It's huge. All right. And not that size is the your end all be all like measure of difficulty for getting a first stage back, but this rocket is not the biggest around, right? And that should make things a little bit easier. Keep in mind it's all relative, right? In terms of difficulty. For a medium duty, fully reusable rocket, Stoke has, and I had to look this up. I looked this up just a second ago. They completed Series D funding in October of 2025 to the tune of 510 million, which brings their total funding to like 990 million. That's $1 billion. Dude, you should be able to engineer a fully reusable medium duty vehicle for $1 billion. That's fair. And considering how like lean that team is and how they're just cranking out stuff and it's just getting done and it works really well, I think multiple launches is not out of the realm of possibility. I really don't. That's a lot of cash. And that doesn't just show that the team has confidence in their designs, but investors also have confidence in the design as well, to the tune of 510 million in Series D funding. That's no joke. That's a lot of VC. That's a lot of VC cash infusion.
Yeah. Yep.
For
Again,
what it's worth.
Very, like you said, size doesn't matter. It's the amount of combustion in the thrust section. Let me thank some people here. Thomas Janka, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Andrew becoming a Red Team member as well. And Curtis, thank you as well, becoming a Pad Rat member. Sailing coming in with a couple of super chats here. The first one saying ULA has lost it multiple booster types and launch pads, with Delta 4 going away and Legacy Delta being retired. I mean, not that they were launching that many Delta flights a year either, if we're being perfectly honest. I mean, yes, they had a second pad to do it, and then they also had Vandenberg for Delta as well. So, I mean, I kind of get that. And then also saying the other factor in the launch industry was the workhorse rocket engine RS-180s being banned from the US. Both ULA and Northrop Grumman had to re-engine their boosters the last few years, which, yeah, I mean, RD-180 style engines, been a workhorse. Obviously, they'll be moving on. Firefly helping with the 300 series of Antares. And then, yeah, Vulcan moving to the American-made BE-4s. So that does kind of slow them down a bit. I get that. So, which, I mean, Alex, there's other companies still, too, that we should probably acknowledge there as we're talking about those other engines. You want to hit a few of the honorable mentions here?
Yeah, honorable mentions because, of course, it's not just Stoke and Rocket Lab debuting new rockets soon. There's also Relativity working on Terran R, of course. That one in particular, it's a bit so-so in the case of whether it'll launch in 2026 or not. But definitely major milestones, like they've been going through manufacturing and also testing things like the thrust structure of the first stage, for example, doing I think even cryo testing at some points already. Like they are getting there, right? I believe originally when they came back from having been on the brink of bankruptcy, they were saying like, end of 2026 might be when they might have Terran R ready to go. That was a while ago. My gut feeling is that it's probably already slipped into 2027, but honorable mention, they're doing a lot of really great work, and maybe, what do you think? Maybe we'll see something on the pad this year? Maybe towards the end? I don't know, but they might have a chance if they really are successful, right? And of course, that's not the only one underway right now. We also have Firefly with Eclipse and the Antares A330, whatever they call it. I guess it's not an Airbus, but it does fly. But yeah, so they're developing the Eclipse rocket. In the interim, they're going to be doing the Antares 330 series, which is essentially the Eclipse first stage with the second stage of Antares, of the older Antares, right? by Northrop Grumman. But then after a few flights, they're going to fully transition into Eclipse, formerly known as the medium launch vehicle. They're going to be having a lot of progress probably this year on that front as well. So honorable mention, of course, and we wish them the best. And of course, they had an issue as well with an Alpha rocket, both on a flight earlier in 2025, but also on a test stand. And this is one of the videos, afterwards where they sort of, they sort of came out of that issue, and hopefully they may launch soon again with Alpha. But yeah, the bigger rocket is my opinion a bit more interesting. But yeah, yeah, I like big rockets, and I cannot lie. But anyways,
Alex,
and
your
of course-
American is showing.
yeah, I know, right? But there's also baby Astra. Are we going to see Rocket 4? Something even related, like a rocket on the pad, even? I have no idea, but hey, honorable mention too, right? Like, they're doing their work. They have also spacecraft engines for whatever reason. That's working for them, which is interesting. But yeah, here you go.
Yeah,
honorable
can you believe
mentions.
that, Alex? They actually are making satellite payloads, and it's actually profitable, which is
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
all right. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not
Firefly
mad. Like,
Firefly has a lot going for them, and I think a lot more than people actually think on the surface, because everyone used to, at least when Firefly came back, Alpha was all the talk, right? Then of course we've seen this, and then of course they landed on the freaking moon last year as well, successfully.
Yeah, that's
So
so cool.
it is.
We're gonna have
And-
another flight of those this
Yeah, we
year.
are.
Yep.
We are.
Yeah.
Construction of their second lander is well underway, and it should be ready.
We were talking before about Blue Origin's manifest. They're launching a Firefly Elytra tug as well on one of the Blue Origins on the New Glen's launches this year. So that's also on the schedule. Forgot to mention that.
There you go.
That's all, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
boy.
that.
So yeah, there's a lot to look forward to on the U.S. side of things. But yeah, there's some other countries that apparently have rockets too. If we go international, this alleged Ariane 6 is supposedly a thing. I don't
Yeah.
know. I've heard rumors of it, but
Uh oh, glasses are
So-
going on.
oh
Yeah,
no, here
yeah.
we go.
Because we're talking about all the
Alex.
rockets, right? Now we're going big. Hang on. So in 2025, we had, let's see, 30, no, 300, no, 4, yeah, well, depending on how you count them, it's like somewhere around 324 to 330 launches in 2025. Boils down to many different explanations there, whether you count Starship, whether you count rockets that failed before even launching on the pad. Shout out to the Guizhou from China. And then also there's like some Iran launch that happened in September, which is still being a debate whether it was attempting to go into orbit or was a suborbital launch. But yeah, lots of launches in 2025. Definitely more than even we expected. We had a flame trend before the end of the year where we went through some of the predictions for 2025. And when I made those questions last year, the last of the options was 300 launches or more. And it seemed like far-fetched that now it's not going to happen. More than 300 launches, that, yeah, right? But we had a lot of launches actually. So yeah, actually one of the folks. Well, we're showing Vega. I can talk about that. One of the folks that actually increased a bit their cadence was Arianespace / Avio. Now it's being split because these babies here, the Vega rockets, are going to be fully under Avio in 2026. But yeah, it's still the same rockets. Avio is going to be doing Vega C, and then Arianespace will do Ariane 6. But yeah, they launch more in 2025, and they have a very full manifest for 2026 as well. So we'll see if that works out well for them. They also have lots of different plans for upgrades for Ariane 6 and Vega C and everything, upgraded solar rocket motors and whatnot. So hopefully that goes well for them. As a European, I kind of want my Euros to go well. Thank you. And so yeah, that's one of the main players, I guess, on the global sphere, I guess, or yeah, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if we're gonna show the big one. I guess I was gonna talk about China because China also increased their cadence as well. They did. Oh
China.
boy, I lost it. I had the sort of notes here for me. Yeah. So they did 68 launches in 2024. They went up to 93 in 2025, which means there's a good chance that they may cross more than 100 in 2026. They have lots of new rockets as well that they have debuted. We saw the Zuka 3 launch like a month ago. We had the Long March 12A as well, both of them attempting a landing and everything. Really, lots of different launches, and this is one of those things as well that we may see in 2026. There's going to be a lot of new rockets as well from China, and some of them may also attempt a landing as well. So, for example, the CQ3 or Joje 3, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, there you go. The failed landing attempt, but it almost hit the landing pad. That's just the first landing attempt, right? So there might be more landing attempts. We'll have a poll about that as well, and let's see what happens with those. But definitely lots of different things, and of course, before I forget, there's also new rockets that are not from China or Europe or anything. Well, actually, there's one from Europe. We saw ESAR Aerospace launch of Spectrum from Norway. We had Gilmour Space Ares from Australia, and Innospace Handbit Nano, which is manufactured in South Korea but was launched from Brazil. This is from my own notes, and it's really interesting that it's not just the U.S. or even China itself, but also many other countries wanting to expand their capabilities and being able to launch more often, and also many different private companies like ESAR in Europe, right? We have many others as well in Europe, namely PLD Space from Spain. Hi, if anybody's watching. And then we've got RFA, etc., etc. You may know some of these names if you've watched Europe's Future in Space series, our live streams covering some of these interviews with some of the folks in the European space industry. But yeah, also Ares from Australia, etc. Like, it's really interesting to see this increase in cadence and so many new rockets coming online. So now that I've already gone through all of the notes, shall we discuss? Because I think
you covered the whole spectrum there. To be honest with you,
yeah.
Wow.
Get it?
Wow.
Because
Wow.
I caught that.
Norway.
Oh my God. I just want to see
Yeah,
Spectrum
there you
lift
go.
off.
Esarius?
I just want to see
that was
stop it.
I hate that one.
Usarius.
I hate that one. I hate that came
Bro.
out of my mouth and is on the internet.
Yeah, you can't take it back, dude. And you thought my multiple launch option was cringe.
Anyway, I felt bad for Adrian in this for this one, but anyway.
Oh man.
Which he's still with NSF. Don't worry, he's just away at the moment, so don't worry. He's not gone. I know everyone always freaks out. Where's Adrian?
Yeah.
Pointy end is now down.
I still have.
Flamey end
Hang on,
up.
because somebody was. Some people were mentioning. Hang on, there's more rockets. Okay, yeah, the Kairos rocket from Japan. It had a debut actually in 2024, but then it launched again in 2025. We may see more of those in 2026. There you go. Honorable mention, if you will.
Yeah, we also had H3 flying and other stuff. I get
Yep.
it.
Lots and lots of
Well,
launches.
kind of flying. There's Adrian. See.
At the risk of this might like be a question in the poll, Alex, you think PLD is going to get Mura 5 this year?
It is not ish. We'll get to that point later. As much as I want them to launch in 2026, and I bet if I went to the CEO and asked him, he will probably tell me like, yes, we're launching this year, right? But I see it very complicated. Yeah, they're making great progress though. They have already structures and actual rocket engines being tested as well. I think we're probably gonna see a full on like static fire of the first stage that may be possible this year, and even the second stage as well. The launch pad might take a while because it's out there in the French Guiana and everything. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. They're not, they're not also just working out of the vacuum. They also have their experience with the Mura One, suborbital vehicle. But yeah, we'll see. It's ish in like it's part of a question almost maybe. We'll see.
Kinda, maybe, sort of.
Yeah, you'll see later.
Yeah. I don't know. I see a lot of people asking about how many launches in the coming year. Will Falcon 9 slowing from 39A impact this? We have a whole Falcon 9 section to wrap things up with Starship, don't worry. But I wonder if it's time, if we're ready to go to question number 1 for this segment of International Rockets New and Old. Get ready, chat. This is your turn to join in with your opinion as well. So, how many rocket launches will happen worldwide in 2026? Keeping in mind, there is between 324 and 330-ish last year, depending on the count. So, will it be less than 300, 300 to 330, 331 to 365, or 366 or more? And there is the timer. Go ahead and vote.
You may notice a reason why there's 365.
No idea why. And it's not a leap year.
Wait, would more rockets launch in a leap year or less?
Yes.
I don't know. We'll see the results of the poll first, and then we can discuss.
If the leap year is 2024, no, because then 2025 we saw more launches.
Yeah, next leap year would be 2028. So
Yeah, there's
By
definitely
then-
going to be a lot more launches in 2028 than 2026. I'm calling it already.
as long as the polar ice caps don't melt by then, sure.
Knock on
Wow.
wood.
Almost unanimous this time, except for
Ooh.
EJ going for the less optimistic option of the
Huh.
group.
EJ being a full-on pessimist this time, man.
Yeah, how dare
Wow.
you feel so
EJ
bad,
Webby.
EJ.
Ooh, Chad agreed with EJ.
Wow.
Ooh.
Okay, 330 to 365 is EJ's, more than 365. Max, Alex, and myself. And as you pointed out, chat also saying 330 to 365. I'm guessing the question was, will there be more launches than there are days in a year? 49% of chat said there will not, but it will come very darn close. 44% of chat said yes, it absolutely will be more launches than there are days of the year. 5% say 300 to 330, and 2% say less than 300.
Wait,
EJ, I'm
what's up?
intrigued. No, I'm intrigued. You're the one that differentiated from the rest of us. Why do you think it'll be not as many launches as there are days in a year?
I don't really think we're at the point. We will see multiple launches on all the vehicles that I said, et cetera, but I don't think we're at the point where it's just the floodgates are like going to open. The only thing is SpaceX, and SpaceX, like for a lot of launches, like let's be real, guys, like, but there's the potential for like 200 of these to be Falcon 9. All right, like. I think the rest of the world is going to launch more, but I don't think we're at that point, Sawyer, where we're going to see the floodgates open, like 1,000 launches a year or something like that. More than 365 or abouts. Like, I think we'll get between 330 and 365. And you know what, man? Just like everything else, I'll be really happy if I'm wrong. Like, if I'm wrong, that'd be great. Like, yeah, sweet. I'd be more than happy to be proven wrong on this one.
Wait, with other things, so you're happy if those other providers don't get multiple launches in 2026?
No, well,
Oh.
I was gonna bring that up. Like you're thinking that there'll be multiple launches of Neutron and Nova and everything.
oh no, there's
That's
the gotcha.
gonna
That means they launched once. That's not a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
Like,
But that's
but
gonna add to the
screw your
tally.
gotcha.
You know?
Yeah, but not by much.
I think the point there with Falcon. I know we have a whole topic with Falcon coming up, but
Yeah.
in terms of launch cadence, SpaceX is now limited to launch pad availability rather than having the option to use both pads in Florida like they had before, because SpaceX's VP of launch, Kiko Donchev, just recently posted that they are pretty much only going to be using LC-39A right now for Falcon Heavy and pivoting towards Starship, which of course they are very eager to get launched from Florida by the end of this year, at least once. And so that means Slick 40, which was already the busiest single launch complex in the entire world, is going to have to take on all the like so much more load than it had before. And also Slick 4 East, which they have over at the Vandenberg Space Force Base over in California on the West Coast, would also need to be launching a lot more as well. So it's going to be a lot more stress on the teams over at Pad 40 and Pad 4 East. But that's not to say we won't see any missions from Pad A this year. We haven't seen a Falcon Heavy launch in over a year, which is kind of sad. But hopefully we might get 2 this year. I think there might be a couple payloads that are worthy. I think Alex, you might have to help me out in that one. But I know for sure that they want to launch Starship from Florida at least once this year. That being said, they also have to barge both the ship and the booster here from Starbase over to the Cape over here, over toward Hangar X, and eventually get Gigabay once it's all ready to go. So Pad 40 is going to be seeing a lot more work than it already does, and it's already the busiest launch complex in the world.
I think there's room. I know I'm getting ahead because there's a question about this on the SpaceX section. I think there's room for like I don't think 39A being focused on Falcon Heavy is that big of a deal, and Starship as well. Mainly for the reason that it actually offloads. Like if you're not doing a lot of Falcon operations on 39A, those same people can help out and make operations at 40 being faster. Right, like that's a side sort of consequence, I guess, if you will, of that. But also, there's a lot of room still to expand. Like they've demonstrated being able to launch quite quickly from Slick 40, and they have had really big gaps where they have not even followed, or even from Vandenberg as well. Like the amount of launches that they have done from LC-39A this past year was 27 out of 165. It's not that many launches. Like those 27, you spread them out between Vandenberg and Slick 40, and I think they might be able to still do about the same amount of launches in 2026 than in 2025. I don't think there may be more, but I think just doing that sort of thing where they push a little bit on those 2 pads and they are able to sort of split the difference, right? And maybe, I don't know, like a handful of launches from 39A between Falcon Heavy and whatnot, right? I think that's probably where it's going to be evened out. But we'll see. I'm getting ahead of myself here because there's, again, like a question literally about this. But in terms of worldwide launches, I think, China launching more. We've got Blue Origin, ULA, Rocket Lab. Maybe they launch even more Electrons this year than even last year, right? Like there's so many companies out there, so many rocket launches that may happen in this year. So there's potential there. So that's why I voted for more than 365, because I have no doubt that there's at least the potential. We'll see. We'll
Alex,
circle back in December.
Yeah, I agree. But we'll circle back. But dude, I think in order to really move the needle past 365 launches, right, you're going to need something like Falcon 9. No rocket is anywhere close to launching like Falcon 9. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I want more rocket launches, but I just don't. I'm not sure if we're at that point yet. Really don't.
But So my point with this is that between 2024 and 2025, worldwide, it was an increase of more than 60 launches. It is the single most increase in launches ever in history of the space flight. Well, if you don't count from 58 to 59, I think it was, or something like that, or whatever. You know what I mean, right? Like, in terms of nominal points, not relative, right?
Yeah, I got you.
Instead of yeah. So in absolute number of launches, it's a huge amount. SpaceX only did 30 more, actually. The other 30 came worldwide, and most of them from China. I mean, I just said it was 68 to 93, so that's 25 more launches in a year. Say they do, I don't know, 15 more, and then you've got 10 more from somebody else, like, and another 5 more from here, and another 5 more from there. Like that
That's
sort of
basically
thing may very well
the
happen.
numbers that I'm saying, though. That's what I'm telling you. It's not enough to move the needle past 365. I mean, it could be, but
I think
I don't know.
it's gonna be enough. I think it's gonna be enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I think China's going to be the big power play in this. Of course, Electron's going to try
China.
and launch more. Thanks. Obviously, Falcon, they're going to try and push as much as they can. But the fact that not only is China launching a lot, but the fact that they have so many new companies launching, the fact that you have more of these private industries also launching in there, like Zuka 3, like, Landspace getting in there, ones that launched before they were supposed to during static fires, one that had the issue on the ground. Obviously they've got issues, but they have so many different kinds of rockets out there now that I feel like that kind of goes in their favor of, even if it's not the same rocket flying so many times, they have so many different ones that I think that's going to up the numbers. Just saying. We had,
Agreed.
4 rockets debut last year in China? So
Yeah, many rockets being debuted.
I think it was at least
Yeah.
4 that debuted from China last year.
Yeah, you know that because you were on Twist.
That's why I was going
Talking
through
about
the
it.
across space section in my head of trying to remember it. Yeah. But anyway, we have. I just really want to quickly, before we go to the next question here, acknowledge a tip from tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying Happy New Year from Starbase. Love coming from home to the Flame Trench on Fridays. Go NSF, go Starship 2026. Thank you. No name on that, but very much appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I believe, did we show the chat vote? Yes, we did. So, the next part in terms of questions, since we are talking about, go ahead. Do you want to say it, EJ?
Wait, what?
The country
Dancing.
that we were just talking about?
Oh.
Oh,
China. There you go.
Them. Will any company from there land and reuse a rocket booster in 2026? Again, we had a couple get really close. We had Zuka 3 get within meters of the launch pad. We had Long March 12A get within 5 kilometers of the landing pad. We had Long March 12A get within 5 kilometers of the landing pad. So what do you think? Will any Chinese rocket company land and reuse a rocket booster in 2026? The choices are no, and there'll be no further landing attempts in 26. No, their landing attempts will fail. Yes, or sorry, only a landing will be achieved but no reuse, or both landing and reuse will be achieved. Timer starts now. Chat, don't forget, you can also go ahead and give your vote in the poll going on in chat.
I'm actually really
ABC.
curious to see what everyone here thinks. Because this could go in a bunch of different directions.
it's gonna be another fourth split.
I don't think anybody's choosing A. Really?
Yeah,
There's
that's...
nobody not choosing A. Come on.
Hey, there should be one for Ryan, okay?
A classified
Every
Webby
question should
answer.
have its Ryan answer.
Oh
A
my
classified,
God.
yeah, classified
even
Webby
here.
answer, certified Webby answer.
Well, Ryan's gonna come back into Discord and just be flooded with messages going, "What did I miss?" And watch this.
It's called Weber's Law. Weber's Law. It's a thing.
Wow,
Woo!
the first
Wow.
unanimous answer from the team.
Wow, that's
It only took us 2 hours in to get to the first 2.5 hours to get to the first unanimous answer here, saying
And chat too.
in chat. Everybody agrees.
Everyone thinks only a landing will be achieved, but no
We should hold
reuse.
hands and everything or something. I don't know.
Kumbaya, my chat. Kumbaya.
And copyright strike.
Oh dear.
And it was not even close.
Wow. Yeah.
61% saying C, only a landing will be achieved, no reuse. 24% think we will see a landing and reuse. 10% say no, their landing attempts will fail in 2026. And Ryan Weber using 4 different accounts to vote for no, and there'll be no further landing attempts in 2026.
Oh my God, that was brutal. That was brutal.
I mean, here's the thing. Reuse is hard. We've seen them get very close, and I definitely think they're going to get to that point. But if we learned anything from reusing rockets, it's that they come back toasty. You have to learn a lot from that first booster that you get back. It takes some time between getting it back, learning from it, being able to fly it again, and then having it launch and still be successful. So I think it's going to take a couple tries for them to finally get that successful landing. And then beyond that point, I don't know. That's why I put that they'll get to that landing, but I think it's going to take them some time to get it ready for reuse again.
I think it's only a matter of time before they land 1 or 2 boosters like pretty close to each other. I mean, the fact that they got as far as they did both with ZQ3 and Long March 12A is actually pretty impressive, because getting back through the atmosphere and having to relight your engines while traveling retrograde relative to your actual orientation of your booster is quite the challenge, both with propellant slosh and also having to fire back into the atmosphere as well, which is not a small feat to overcome. So for them to land a booster, I think it's only a matter of time. Now, they both use methane, which could pose some other tricky issues. I mean, they won't have the issues that the Merlin has potentially with like coking and having to clean out and having to do a whole bunch of cleaning out of their systems as much. But yeah, I think landing for sure, but reuse, it's a whole other beast. So I think landing for sure, at least. It's a matter of time, to be honest.
NSF does not support coking, by the way. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
If anything, use Diet Coke. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting to see how China does. And I'm amazed we got as much footage as we did of the events that happened in China. I'll say that. So thank you to the random people posting it on, was it Weibo?
Oh yeah, random person in China. That's
Yeah.
usually in the credits for Twitch.
Also, Alex, how come we can say here Long March 12A, but you made me have to look up Shangjiang 12A
Okay.
and all of the pronunciations for twists?
Because reasons, editorial reasons, I guess. But yeah, we
You just want to
Are
see
a
me
little bit-
struggle. In chat, you're going to see me struggle after we wrap up the Flame Trench on twists.
It's part of the fun.
Alicia does it best. That's for sure. But yeah,
Yeah,
she puts a lot
I'm
of
not
effort.
Alicia, that's for sure.
Anyway.
Anyway, now Long March 5. Actually, no.
Long March.
That's the Chinese rocket there that we're talking about. So yeah, no, Long March 5. Geez, when is that next flight? I don't know. You can put it on a calendar probably. Which 2026 is your calendar updated? If it's not, you can get it now at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. 2026 calendars are indeed available by EJ. He's going to get his right now because because they're already shipping. So yeah, is that a calendar at your front door? Or are you just happy to see me? 2026 spaceflight calendars, we have 2. We have the general spaceflight calendar, of course, with everything from happening in the spaceflight world, which we're talking about right now. And coming up, of course, will be the Starship discussion. If you prefer just the Starship stuff, we have that one as well. Of course, they have specific dates of things that happened, things that were in the original intro. And yes, depending on where you live, the start of the week is different. So I don't want to hear, oh, the week starts Sunday, oh, the week starts Monday. We have Sunday and Monday options. And then, of course, if you want to relive some of the amazing launches of 2025, we have the Metal Prince as well. We had the Electron launch at the end of the year. We have some amazing shots from that. You could see one right there. That was from Wallops. And yes, relive the best flights of 2025. And you can get all of the prints, and you can get them as well as posters at shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Hey, that's this rocket here.
That's the one behind you.
Jeez.
Yeah,
was good,
so,
man. That was pretty funny. He's going to get it right now.
So let's go up a number. Let's go from Long March 5 to Ariane 6. And Ariane Space for our next poll question here. And Avio. So how many times will Ariane Space plus Avio launch in 2026? Keep in mind, last year, their total number was 7. So is it going to be 5 or less? Will it be B, 6 to 8, C, 8 to 10 times, or D, EJ's answer? Let's see what you think.
What?
EJ's Law. All the launches.
More than 10.
I know what EJ's going to pick.
Do you,
It's going to be A, clearly.
No, I'll guess that one. That's what I want.
Then again, chat, make sure you vote in the poll as well, and come back for the end of the year to see the results. Which, my suggestion, by the way, don't just see this show and the last show. Stick around. We got a lot of cool stuff happening in between, with shows and launches and full-on Artemis coverage. Yeah, don't leave us yet, please. We like having you here.
Please?
Do it for EJ.
Heck
All
yeah,
right.
brother.
And it was Alex who went with the EJ answer with more than 10 times. Me being the pessimist again at 6 to 8, and EJ and Max saying 8 to 10. And chat going with me on this one, 6 to 8 as well. Very interesting. Obviously, we're all in that 6 to 10 range. We think 5 is a little low and 10 might be a little high.
6 or 7.
I'm not
Oh,
saying
you get it too.
The worst part is, I know there's a question coming up where you're going to make me say it. Thanks.
No, what are you talking about?
Because I can see the poll questions. And it was
Ooh,
close.
that was close.
38% saying 6 to 8 times, 36% 8 to 10, 16% saying 5 or less, and 10% saying more than 10 times. I think this is the first poll where all of the responses have been in double digits. Very interesting.
That's a pretty
All
widespread.
right.
Yeah, I mean, if 6 to 10 was an option, I would have voted that. But I'm going on the lesser end of things here. So that's why
I can
went
answer
with
this one
B.
quickly. This one, Leo, Amazon. I mean,
Oh my gosh.
yeah.
Leo to
it's
Leo,
probably-
yeah.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be a few more. Like the whole reason they did not do more than 7 this time, it was because Ariane 6 got a little bit more delayed, here and there. Like originally they wanted to do 6 launches, and also, with Ariane 6, I mean, and then Avio with Vega C, it was gonna be like 4 launches or so. I think they're also targeting 4 this year, and then with Ariane 6, I think it's up to 8, so that will be 12. I think maybe 11 might be doable. We'll see. Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the animation for the Amazon Leo launches when they lose the visual of it and they cut to the animated graphic that spins around, and the top where the Amazon satellites are when the fairing separates is just going to be a blurred box. 'Cause Amazon doesn't end up showing their satellites on any of the launches, and they have the animation for it. So what are they going to do? Just blur it. Just a blurred box where the payload should be. Or insert payload here. Anyway, we have some other cool companies that we talked about. Again, ESAR, InnoSpace, Gilmore Space. They all attempted orbit in 2025. But the question is, will we see any of these successfully going into orbit in 2026? Will it be A, none will be successful even if they try? Ouch. That's just cruel. But we'll see. B, at least one will be successful, but it'll be a new company that hasn't launched. C, one or more companies that launched in 2025 for the first time will achieve orbit this year. Or D, everyone that attempted orbit for the first time in 25 and failed will succeed in 2026. Again,
Yeah, and
chat-
by B, by the way, I should say like a new company, as in somebody else that hasn't launched yet. Think RFA and the likes.
It's an interesting one. Yeah, we're going more for the international side of things on these.
Yep.
Because we already talked about things like Nova and Stoke and all those, so other ones. And of course, we'll go chat a couple extra seconds on that one. And let's see what we all said. Again, this was a spicy answer for A. We'll see how many people selected it. Max selected it. That none will be successful, even if they try. The rest of the team and chat thinking that one or more of them that launched in 25 will succeed in 26. Max, explain.
I was bracing for that because I was worried that might happen.
I agree with you for what it's worth, dude. I would change.
But you
my
voted the
answer.
other one.
You voted already.
I know. After I clicked it, I was like, kind of with Max on this one. But Max, go.
This is not out of any disrespect for any of the companies that we mentioned or that may try this year. I almost said next year. This year as well. I mean, we saw how far Gilmore Space got. They barely got off the pad. We saw how far ESAR got. They didn't get very far. Granted, these issues could have been something very simple that could be easy to fix, and then that could grant them the ability to get all the way to orbit. But both vehicles did not make it very far, at all. So, not exactly confidence inspiring. And again, I don't mean this out of any disrespect at all. I want to make that very clear. I want to see everyone get into orbit. But just based on what we have observed, and based on the what are you laughing at?
No, because
what's so funny?
Because apart
I
from
think
the
you're right.
reactions of the chat, I was gonna say the original answer had none will be successful even if they try. Parentheses, but we wish them the best.
Oh, well, yes.
What was the percentage, by the way, of chat's opinion on this?
Ooh, that's actually a good point.
70%
Oh, wow.
is C.
Wow. All right.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And 10% agree with Max. 14% think that it'll be a new company, and 6% say everyone will succeed. Huh.
You know, for what it's worth, Max, like I said, I think, I selected C, but I think you do have a point. I was thinking about it after I submitted the answer. I'm like, you know what? They didn't get very far. And that's not a telltale sign of how the next launch is going to go. If anything, that should test resolve and they should get it better. But also at the same time, ain't no guarantees in this business. So I'm kind of with you on that one. Not to be super, webamist right now or Weberist, but
it's not like flying an airplane. It's not like building a car. Getting to orbit with a launch vehicle is an entirely different ball game in terms of physics and engineering. So, and that there's a reason.
That's Webermist. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's below.
That's
there's optimist,
rude.
there's pessimist, and there's Weberist. Weberist.
Weberist.
Weberist.
Weberist.
Thank you.
Poor Ryan is going to come to screenshots of this going, what did
He's
I
gonna
do?
come back. He's gonna be like,
Wait, no, EJ, thumbs up. Okay, there's the grab.
At Ryan Weber on socials. Or no, I don't know what his socials are, but NSF has retweeted him, I'm sure, before, so check the NSF socials. I'm sure he'll be on there. Plug. I'll always be plugging. Anyway. It's going to be interesting to see where we go internationally. Of course, the big company of the year, the one that's going to probably blow everyone else out of the water because that's what they've done consecutively now, is SpaceX.
Astra. SpaceX. Sorry. Yeah.
Help. Just go, EJ. Take the section. Go.
No. You do it.
No, this is your section.
Oh.
This is legit. Right. Is your section. Go for it.
All right. I gotta.
You got 17 minutes.
All right.
That was savage, EJ. Good lord.
Sorry.
That was savage.
That's almost as bad as all of our Weber jokes. Almost.
If we're gonna piss everyone off, we might as well piss everyone off.
Now let's power slide on to the next topic.
Oh my god.
This is Starship if it were New Glenn.
Dang. All right. So
Oh, with the slow motion, clever.
all right. So what do we want to do?
We're
We're kind
spicy
of
now.
short on time here. Do we want to get right to the questions, or should we talk? Should we talk a little bit about this?
I don't know. Maybe we go for the questions and discuss each one after.
Yeah.
I think that's a good
Yeah.
idea, just because of the time here. So we got SpaceX questions here. So how many Falcon 9s, how many Falcon launches will SpaceX carry out in 2026? They did 165 this year. I think, yeah. All right. Are we gonna put this question on here? Because yeah, I have thoughts. I have thoughts.
I do too. So here it is. Again, A, B, C, or D. Chat, don't forget, we'll put the poll out there for you as well. And we'll go for our votes now.
That was quick.
Oh, man. I came into this with a
here's the-
number. Do I
well-
still want to stick with said number?
See, here's the. I can't talk
do.
about it now. Oh, wait, 15 seconds.
I do still want to stick with said number that I went into today with. Because it's weird. I've had time to think about all of these, but as we talk about them more, my mind changes on each one.
I can't
Some
get
people
over that.
saying. Oh, sorry, Max.
No, you're good. I was just goo goo ga-ing over the photo of Falcon Heavy.
I mean, Ed is a great
That's it.
shot.
It is
That's it.
nice.
It is
you take it?
nice. No. This looks to be the Falcon Heavy demo. So this could either be one
Wow.
of SpaceX's images or it could be Brady's. I'm not sure. It is
So-
Brady's. Awesome.
Everyone except Max saying 150 to 175. That includes chat. Max going 175 to 200. You wanted to say something, Max, while we were counting.
Yeah. So I was going to say that D could either be super
Mason
overly
Storms.
optimistic or what?
Wait,
Nothing.
the answer or DYs?
The answer. The answer. The answer with D, the 175 to 200 could either be both extremely optimistic or realistic compared to the number we had last year, right? So we had 167 from SpaceX last year, right? Was it?
165.
Oh God,
The other two didn't go, so
that's right, 165. So
Yeah, 165.
on one hand, 175 is not that unreasonable, especially if they are able to turn around Slick 40 in a much shorter period of time than they did last year. So, but on the other hand, if you want to say it'll be 200 or more, that seems crazily optimistic, considering they're down to mostly one launch pad in Florida, pending occasional use of Pad A if they really need it. So that's why I'm saying D. I think they had a higher goal than they had last year. I don't know. At least I think. And at that point, it would be around the 175 number just to keep it as reasonable as possible. But then again, I was back and forth between C and D a lot. But I would like to be optimistic in the fact that I would like to see over 170 this year, because that was their original goal for last year. But I digress.
yeah, that's what I mean. They kept changing the goal. It was like, oh, we'll go
Yeah.
a little less and a little less. So my thought process is the fact that, as you mentioned, A is going to be primarily focused on Falcon Heavy and Starship stuff. So we're going to see less flights
Yeah.
from there. Crew launches take up pads a lot longer, and the crew launches, it seems like, are also going to have to be out of 40. I know they said Crew 12 coming up is currently scheduled out of Slick 40 rather than 39A. So that takes time away from the busiest pad in the world, having to get it out there, doing all the dress rehearsals, things with the crew, checking systems, et cetera, et cetera. So
Especially if there's delays as well. They can't just have it stand down and launch a Starlink in the meantime. Like that's also what I was going to say is it could go either way. So yeah, having a crew launch there could eat up a lot of time depending on like weather, vehicle being ready, or other factors as well. So
and again, with Starship's scheduled to start doing stuff out of Florida this year, that
Yeah.
really takes A out of the picture a lot. So that's why I think 150, 175. And let me just say the percentages with chat here, because I think that's also going to say a lot.
Oh,
I
Kevin.
haven't said anything.
Hi,
I
Kevin.
need to
Hi,
say
God.
something. Like,
Uh-oh.
don't you think that with Starship potentially, definitely coming to the Space Coast this year, that's going to take 39A offline even more?
Exactly.
But that's
Depends on
that's
how
exactly
the first
what
flight
we were
goes.
talking about.
Well,
Yeah.
you kind of were, but you were talking about like 39A coming offline for like Falcon Heavy and other stuff. But like I think we're gonna see a heck of a lot less launches from Florida than we did this year. I think you guys are being way too optimistic.
If they don't hit 150, I would be very surprised, though.
I would also agree with that.
I think they're just
think?
gonna compensate because from Vandenberg they have not
From
even
Vandenberg.
reached. Yeah, they have not even
Yeah.
reached capacity, and they can launch many of the same. Like, yeah, Vandenberg it's known for polar launches or whatever, but they do a lot of launches to 53-degree inclinations, which is the same ones that we're seeing from Florida. They cannot do 43 unless they do a really big dogleg. So those are still going to be happening from Florida. And I don't think Slick 40 is even done for in terms of increasing the cadence. I think the 27 launches that we saw last year from LC39A can somewhat be split between both paths. Not evenly. It's probably going to be more like on the side of Vandenberg because, as I said, it has a lot more to be able to squeeze from in terms of capacity and whatnot. And there's also a point to be made here. Do you think we'll see some kind of trial of AI Starlink satellites? Because SpaceX have just talk about that. Elon is very interested on that sort of thing.
I think
Maybe
we will.
we'll see that on Falcon first and then on Starship.
Or
Fellas,
we see
'Cause
that,
if that
first
happens-
on. We could see it first on the version 3 Starlink satellites going up on Starship.
That could also be the case. But I was thinking, like, if they do demo satellites, for example, like they launch a few to test out the equipment or whatever, and then they put it on the bigger ones on Starship. If they do that with Falcon, that's a few more launches from Vandenberg because they're targeting sun-synchronous orbits.
Yeah,
So-
for all the AI data center stuff is
Yeah.
usually sun synchronous, so that's a lot more Vandy and
Guys,
Southern Polar Launch Corridor.
I think we're not taking something into account here. The thing that I think we're taking into account is like even if they just kept going at this pace, I think 175 is really the upper echelons of what they can do because the drone ships are the bottleneck.
Yeah.
Think
Yeah.
about it.
I think it's
Also,
the
the
weather,
fact they
actually,
don't have-
but
They haven't finished
The
building
weather
all
in
their
the
landing
the weather
zones
on the
yet.
drone ships.
And they haven't finished
But-
building the landing zones.
that.
But to compensate for that, they could put less Starlink V2 minis on Falcon, return the booster to 40, turn it around a lot faster, and keep flying more often.
That's fair.
Just an idea to
Yeah,
compensate for the lack of drone ships.
So Max, the reason why I said what I said and not like 175 plus is because I think that's going to supplement the gap of not having 39A working because they got to finish that Starship pad. That's really important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Speaking of
All right.
Starship, let's move on to the Starship questions. So, how many times will Starship launch in 2026 is the big question. And Alex, I hate you for this. I'm just saying it right now.
Gives him.
It looks
Just say
it flew five
just say A, B, C, or D.
It flew 5 times in 2025. Is it A, 5 times or less? B, somewhere that is higher than 5 or less than 8? C, 8 to 10 times? Or D, more than 10 times?
Masterfully done, Sawyer.
Thank you.
Masterfully done.
No satisfaction, chat. You don't get to do the thing. Oh, man. I mean, I knew going into this one what I was going to go for.
I hate my own answer. Just saying.
You hate your own answer? That
Yeah.
gives it away, Alex. That
Yeah.
gives it away.
Yeah.
Well, you're the one who wrote the answers. That's why.
I know.
Good try.
You could say I hate myself.
Could you be more obvious on what I think you picked?
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Interesting. Max and I going 6-7. Dang it, I said it. EJ 8-10. And Alex 10 plus.
More than
Chat.
10 times.
Chat's got my back.
Yeah.
Alex, more than 10 times.
Okay,
Explain.
just quickly. I hate my own answer because I think it's unlikely, but there's a good chance, and I'm gonna hit that. So there you go. Like I just think it's It's likely, so we'll see. Like,
I think they're gonna scale, dude. They're gonna scale. SpaceX they have to. They have to scale. If you want to hit that deadline, we spent like the first half of the stream talking about how they have to increase their deadline, how they have to go faster if they want to meet that goal in 2028 of landing. They gotta scale. Just like Rocket Lab has that fiduciary responsibility, and they have to launch Neutron a lot now to recoup the technical debt and the high cost of manufacturing a launch vehicle. SpaceX has to do it. They have to. If they're not launching 8 to 10 times, dude, we got a big problem.
Especially, with 39, it all depends when 39A comes online. If it comes in the summer, I think there's a good chance that maybe we'll see even 2 launches in 2026, right? But we'll see. We'll see. I'll let you guys answer because we're very short in time.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the big thing for me is the fact of how Cape Starship goes, because that's going to be the deciding factor. I feel like that's going to be the main focus of this year. Of course, they'll still fly out of Starbase, but they want to get launches operational here. I still think it's going to take later in the year, which is why I went for B as opposed to C.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I think we're not going to see Starship trying to launch from here until probably August, September, October timeframe. But that also all depends on how version 3 goes in Starbase first, both with the testing campaign and also with flight operations. So if they have more version 2 moments, at least initially, that could cause a lot of issues in terms of flying from Florida sooner or later. But we are hoping that does not happen.
All right, next one. In terms of Starship as well, the next question, will SpaceX catch and reuse a ship in 2026? A, no catch and no reuse. B, only catch. C, catch and reuse. D, I'm optimistic they'll catch, reuse, and refly the same ship again.
Oh, man.
Like 2.
Wow.
So like catch, reuse, and then reuse again.
Yeah. If it's like
Refly.
ship 40, then ship 40-2.
No, 3. It will be here. 3. Like it will be a third flight of the ship. Like
Oh, a dash 3.
exactly. Not just 2 flights, but like 3. I'm super optimistic, right? Like that's for
you didn't say that's what you voted for, but you put a very
No, but,
optimistic
like,
opinion there.
somebody that may vote for that might be the anti-Weber. I don't know.
The anti Nice.
I love it.
Ryan's
like
gonna hate all of us.
antimatter.
You understand? Yeah.
There it is, the Weberus.
Hey, wait a minute. You didn't see my response for this.
That is true. All of us, a unanimous decision.
That's good.
Well, yes, catch and reuse, and chat also siding with the host.
Dang.
Nice.
Wow, talk about a competent cohort of co-hosts and chat, which also starts with a C. So
With a
that
Z.
worked.
And the answer was C as well.
Yeah, I see what you pointed out there.
Huh.
Yeah, you're
I
seeing
want to see the percentages on this. It was 1% difference between catch and reuse and only
This
catch.
one, look at that.
So hear me out, guys. I would have said B if but once again, urgency is why I said C. They don't have a choice. You have to you have to start reusing these things. You have to start flying these things. These things have
Why
to
didn't you
start doing
vote
things.
D then?
What's that? Oh,
Yeah, don't just launch and reuse, but like reuse, like just do it again.
because I think double flying a ship by the end of this year is that's pretty on par for, the whole, if you figure out your timelines to 2028, I think that's fair. Reusing a ship.
Yeah.
Sure. And reuse, not double reuse. I think that comes next year.
And
Okay.
You have one more question, I believe.
there was supposed to be one more question. Doesn't seem like there is one.
Oh, there
So
we go.
here's another question.
There's supposed to be one more.
There we go.
All right, there we go. How far will Starship get in its in-space milestones during 2026? Will it A, only reach orbit, B, reach orbit and deploy Starlinks, C, reach orbit, deploy Starlinks, and do a propellant transfer demonstration, D, any and all of the above, and rolling out a completed HLS ship for testing?
That's the anti-Weber answer.
Yes.
Ooh. Oh, this is a tough one. I mean,
think
I know what
SpaceX
they
is going
have
to
to do, but what will
I-
they do?
I think SpaceX is going to surprise a lot of people this year in a good way.
Wait a minute. What does completed HLS mean? Like fully ready to go, or a
The
test
original,
article?
okay, so the original was the rollout of completed HLS ship for ground or flight testing, but I
Oh,
guess
okay.
it
All
didn't
right. Yeah,
it
yeah.
didn't fit here.
Okay. Well, I selected that one, so
All right.
screw it.
As
Yeah.
Oh,
Interesting.
I'm the winner now.
Alex going reaches orbit, deploys Starlinks. Me going orbit, Starlinks, and prop transfer demo, along with chat. And the Optimists, EJ, and Max, any or all of the above, and rolling out completed HLS ship for ground and/or flight testing. Interesting.
Once again, I'm trying to be as consistent as I can here. They have to. They really don't have a choice.
Yeah.
You have to get this. You have to get this working. They have to have an HLS demo somewhere, dudes, by the end of this year. Because remember, they have to do an uncrewed demo before they actually send that thing out there with people on it. They have to do an uncrewed landing, which means you need a flight ready HLS. That you have to. There's really no getting around it. If we're wrong, then we got big problems.
And that goes back to my answer earlier of I don't think they're going to make that 2028 deadline, which is why I didn't include that in my answer.
Well, why don't you and Ryan Weber just go hang out somewhere and agree with each other? Jeez.
No, that's you and Max. Anyway, Mark getting a calendar from the shop saying Happy New Year to the entire NSF team. Can't wait to see what this year brings in space flight. I think all of us can't. Z30 Hungary becoming a Red Team member, and Squigs with a $10 super chat. Will Rook be able to push NASA enough this year for us to see positive results?
Yeah, baby.
Yes.
I think he will. We'll have to see. But don't worry, you can get your actual serious news coming up in just a bit with This Week in Space Flight. Really quickly, EJ, thanks for joining.
Hey, thanks for having me on here, guys. I stream over on Twitch. Monday through Friday over there. We do all kinds of space stuff, play crazy games, and have a good time. Thank you for having me. I know being on here is a privilege. I try to bring some fun, and I try to bring at least some semi-contrarian opinions. So thanks for having me on, Sawyer. Thanks for having me, everybody. I do appreciate it.
Max, thank you.
Pleasure as always, everyone. Thank you very much for having me on and shaking off the rust still, because it's been a couple of weeks, but hopefully we will see y'all again. Actually, tomorrow night.
Yes, for the next Starlink launching early Sunday morning. Alex, thank you for joining.
It's always a pleasure, and of course, let's see what 2026 has in store for us.
It's going to be quite a year. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host. Kevin Michael Reed and Jake Keegan have been producing. The names on your screen are the highest levels of support here at NSF, the launch directors and flight engineers. We could not do anything that we did in 2025 without you, and can't wait to show you what's ahead in 2026. All thanks to your support. This is the year of Artemis, the year of returning to the moon, and we are all in on the moon. Now let's go watch This Week in Spaceflight, and one more time, let's see that brand new intro for 2026.
And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Following up.
Did it just do a Kerbal? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.
Clear.
Yay.
Except for Membies and Twitch. Hi, Twitch.
Hi, Twitch.
Twitch.
Curva. Curva.
I'm all twitchy.
How did you know I had that song, T?
Did you actually?
Yes.
Yes.
Just because the second you said Twitch, it instantly popped into my head.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Did it play on Twitch or no?
No. I was getting ready to go play Winter Car.
Oh.
You're not going to hang out with us for a bit?
Yeah, I'll sit around and hang around with yous.
For like 2.5 hours. That's almost longer than the actual show.
Yeah. Man, I forgot how much work all of that is. It doesn't seem like a lot of work, folks, but hosting is.
It does take a lot out of you. Can confirm.
And when Kevin goes all clear, you're just like,
Yeah. Because you have no idea the number of things that I'm watching here as I'm looking at all my screens, all the.
I was a bit rusty today.
The panel,
Yeah,
all
same.
of us, I think, were a bit.
I was just rambling.
The live streaming muscle, it was not.
Yeah.
Speech wasn't
exercise it.
Speech wasn't exactly there on my part.
I misspoke a couple of times, like saying I'd be happy if I'm wrong. Like I definitely didn't mean to say that.
Well, at least people could hear you when you said that.
What? Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Appreciate
Have
that.
we used a new
Anytime.
intro as well for Twist? No, right?
No, the feature
it's
video
not ready
intros is the same, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Zonku, it's a lot of work, dude. Like hosting, dude. When I first started doing NSF, like I hosted the Starbase. You know, we did the Starbase stakeout streams, right? And I did a long time hosting for that. Like, dude, those streams when you have like 20, 30,000 people watching, keeping up with chat, making sure you don't want to make a mistake because everybody's watching, dude. You get to the end of that and you're like, huh. Oh my goodness! It takes, dude. That's a lot of back end stuff, you know.
I think it was like flight 8 or 9, DJ, where we were doing the stakeout stream, and it was you, me, and I think it was actually Rep Weber, ironically. And you kept saying how far behind you were with trying to keep up with support. Like it was like miles long.
Oh,
dude, that queue. I couldn't. I was going through, dude. It ended up taking up like 30 minutes of airtime, dude. I was like, thank you.
Yep. And then guess who took over as host from you, and then had to pick up the rest of the slack?
Hey, buddy.
Alicia.
No. Yeah. Then I had to run through all the support queue, and for the person
Alicia.
well, I'm Alicia right now on Twist, but.
We are all Alicia on this blessed day.
Olier that said, you guess I'm happy for every Alex answer, so I have time for other stuff. Yes and no. Yes, I definitely do a lot during Alex answers. I appreciate it. But I'm also watching the clock through all of this, so that's why.
Alex, I have a question.
We have a big clock with red numbers that's ticking down once we have Twist ready to go, and it is looming.
Alex, I have a question. It's Alex, you alive?
You can't
Alex.
hear you.
Alex smells.
Alex,
if you smell, don't say anything.
Alex.
I'm just watching Twist. This is the first time watching Twist right now because I was not able to review it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either, but I know what's in it. Obviously, you do too, because you wrote it. I read it. Max had a question for you.
Max?
Alex is focusing on video. They can wait.
So you got 20 minutes then.
Is it 20 minutes?
It's a full Twist episode.
Oh, yeah. Alex, question.
Sawyer, when you were doing this, when you're resting your hand on your face just a second ago, it looked like you were flipping everybody off.
No, if I were
You
to
know,
do
EJ,
that,
I
I would
think
do
he
that.
was.
Oh yeah, there he goes.
Somebody clip that.
Or
Dude, I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, what is he doing?
or I'd,
Oh,
I'd bite
okay.
this particular nail if I was going to do that.
Yeah, dude. I don't know about you, man. I keep these nice and short because I'll be like, you know.
Oh no, I bite them anyway. I don't care.
Yeah,
Doesn't
whatever.
matter.
There you go. You do you, man.
EJ, are you coming down for Artemis 2?
I don't know.
No.
Maybe.
Are you coming down for Rolex or no?
I don't know. Maybe. Kind of depends, dude.
I get it.
Yeah. Just
That's it.
Stuff.
I would love to, dude, but yeah, it's just I gotta make sure that everything here is a-okay before I bees out for a freaking 24-hour race or something.
I
But
get it, dude.
I'll think about it.
No, dude, you're good. Don't sweat it. I'm likely going to be busy elsewhere as well because of how insane Q1's going to be.
Yep.
By the way, just for shiggles, I put my name in to fly on Blue Origin, because why not? I did.
Shiggles. Shibby.
Well, I guess we're with members. I can curse to the dismay of Chris Bergen. For shits and giggles. He freaks out when I type a curse word. Could you imagine if he actually heard me say one?
Yeah, because you don't normally do it very often, whereas I crack him off all the time, and it just, doesn't even phase him anymore.
What the heck are you talking about? Sawyer swears all the time.
Oh, I really
But
do.
not in
It's
front
horrible.
of Chris, though.
True.
You have a potty mouth.
I don't think Chris has ever heard me actually curse. He's seen me type a couple times, but never heard me.
I do have a potty mouth.
Poop coming out of your mouth.
You kiss your mother with that mouth?
No, I brush my teeth. It's not.
You kiss your mother with that mouth?
I think Chris has no expectations of my language.
Hi, D.
Hi.
Hi, Dwight.
Hi, Kevin Michael Reed.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised how many of you didn't know about. I've talked about that I was a TV news producer in the past. I never really talked about Science with Sawyer, I guess, which was when I was in Tallahassee for about a little over a year while I was there. I had a weekly science segment, which, fun fact, I still had to produce that entire newscast. So I produced the 6 p.m. newscast. I then had to work on the 11. While I was eating my dinner, I would then write up, get all the video and everything for Science with Sawyer. I'd then head into the studio at 9, record it. I'd then have to edit that. And then, in addition to everything, run through all the show, write the scripts, put in all the graphics, do the timing, go into the booth to do it, and then time it out so that for the last block, we had the TRT of whatever that last package was of Science with Sawyer, that we had at least that much time left, plus time on the end for them to say goodbye. So, yeah, so when it looked like I was actually live on camera, it was what's called a look live. So
fake news.
I had actually recorded it 2 hours earlier, and then the anchors would toss to it, and it would actually be the pre-recorded bit, and then they would react to it live afterwards.
So you're
because I'm in the control room the whole time when that was going on, watching myself from earlier, watching the clock, going, "Oh crap! How much time do we have coming out of this?" Because it was a hard out.
You did fake live news.
Oh, EJ, you poor innocent soul.
No, I know about that. I see that all the time. I was just making a joke. They Sawyer, it's very interesting. I never worked in a full studio, but I've been in full studios, dude, for Twitch and stuff. Once it's once you see how the sausage is made, you can't unsee it. You know exactly what I'm talking about, right?
I made the sausage, yes.
Yeah, you made the sausage, exactly, dude.
I done made the sausage.
You done made it.
Well, here's the thing. I did do actual live segments. I did do them, and the 4 o'clock newscast, I would come on early and talk about certain topics if it was a big deal, and do a live talk back with the anchors in the studio. But considering that I was producing the 6 and 11 p.m. shows, I still had to put out a 6 p.m. show. I still had to put out an 11 p.m. show that was a half hour long with news. So as the producer, in case you don't know, a news producer, they pick the stories, they write the stories, they make the graphics for all the stories, they then pick the camera shots for each of the stories. When you see someone live out in the field with their graphics and everything, I end up making those. Maps, I make those. Bullet point lists, I make those. I have to find the video, and then a video editor will put them together. When I was in Tallahassee, we didn't have one, so that was me editing those videos as well. So yeah, all of that while doing Science with Sawyer weekly.
Yeah.
So it was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't do that when I moved down here to South Florida.
You're very capable of doing a heck of a lot more work.
Was capable. That burnt me out so hard after 7 years of doing that, just saying. And then some of it was during COVID. And then it was during COVID too. Guess who had to remember when we were seeing all those horrible death numbers and everyone's like, turn off the news? Guess who was the one typing the death numbers into the graphics?
Oh God.
That was me. They were hand typed. That was not pulled from somewhere. I had to hand type those.
Sawyer, if you want me to kick Kevin in the face for you, I can do that.
Please do.
All right,
and
cool. I got my.
You needed a J at your TV station.
Dude, it's good, man. I got my steel toes on. We're good.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. But yeah,
digging those.
That was a lot to do.
Yep.
And then again, I moved to a higher market after that, so there was a lot more people watching, and then yeah, it was a lot, and then add in COVID and all the other stuff that happened between 2020 and 2021, all while then my health started to decline. It was
sounds like fun.
Great time
not
of
great.
year.
That's why I left TV news.
Time.
And then in the middle of 21, I left TV news and then dealt with all my health stuff and went to Artemis as I tried to apply for other jobs. And while I was there on the second Artemis attempt, I went over to Chris G, like, hey, any positions at NSF? The answer apparently was yes, because hi, I'm here.
Hi.
Oh my God, are you Sawyer Rosenstein?
No, I'm your dad.
What? You're probably old enough to be fair, you old fuck.
Actually, probably am.
How old are you, Max?
How old do you think I am, BJ?
You're like 25.
No, older.
Wait. You thought Max was my age?
Wait, D, you're 25?
How old did you think I was?
You were like 27?
No, Steve,
Max,
I am
you're
not,
27?
I'm not 27.
28?
27.
Yeah, right, Kevin.
I'm not 32 either.
Are you 34?
No, he's younger than me.
Thank God. Good
yeah,
Lord.
that's what I mean. Max is younger than me.
I'm
You're 29.
29.
Yeah.
I'm on death's doorstep, aka turning 30.
Javel, you didn't. Oh, you meant Max. Y'all actually thought I was in my 30s?
No, I thought you were 27. I thought you were not 25.
D, I knew how old you were because you told me when last time we were hanging out in Starbase.
Yeah, we had that conversation.
We definitely did. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I'm 3 years older than Max.
So how old are you, Sawyer? 3 years older?
I turn 32 next month.
Man, I turned 38 this year, all right? All you guys
Listen
need to
here,
shut
you
the hell
old
up.
coot.
All you guys got to shut up, all right?
Yeah.
30 freaking, I have gray hairs in my damn beard.
I got gray hairs in my beard, and I got no hair on my head.
Wow, that's
yeah, he's got it worse.
That's a skill issue,
Max.
Max.
Mine's still pretty
that's a skill
good.
issue, dog. Yeah, D knows. Look at this.
I was
Oh,
balding.
yeah.
I was balding when I was 18. Give me a break.
Oh, yeah.
A skill issue.
Skill, yeah, D,
exactly.
see this hair right here? Look at that. Look at that. I got my hair back.
EJ,
I've always had long hair.
EJ, when I first started watching you, I was in my college dorm room. That was when I discovered your Twitch.
Oof.
In
Oh my
2014, I think it was.
Yeah,
Kevin's probably just grateful none of us have brought him in on this convo to this point. Right, Kevin?
Well, we know he's old. That's fine.
Except
Kevin's
you just
like-
did.
Kevin's like
Oh,
almost
yeah.
50 or something.
Whoops.
But yeah.
Notice how Kevin just stopped talking. He's just like,
And here we go.
Kevin's just like, bye-bye.
yeah, we're not doing that anymore. Bye.
Oh my God, Sawyer! You said the Soyuz 5. I
Yes,
love
I
that.
intentionally said
Now
it like
Soyuz 5.
The Soyuz
Yep.
5.
I'm glad you
Soyuz
caught that.
5. It's totally not
Kevin,
a
you
Zenith
remember
booster.
That was hilarious.
I do.
Kevin.
I thought my computers were gonna stop working.
What was
I
it like on the Titanic, Kevin? I want to know.
He's old, but not that old. What were the moon landings like?
I don't remember those days.
Vargon coming in clutch. You can hide the disappearing hair with an NSF hat from shop.nsfspaceflight.com. ABP.
That's why
I mean,
wear
yes,
beanie
but
every
you
day.
also have to rock that shit, man. Being bald is a mood.
The choice.
Ah! I didn't really
Oh
have
my
much.
God.
So what kind of hairstyle did you have before it all fell out?
Darth, you. Oh,
I'll send you a picture.
God.
Did you have frosted tips? You seem like a frosted
No.
tips kind of guy.
God no.
I did.
Did not have frosted tips.
Wait,
did.
Sawyer, I need a photo of you with frosted tips.
Well, here's the thing. It wasn't really. It wasn't exactly tips. Like it wasn't the big spikes. But I did take the little like the gold sparkle gel whatever and put
Kevin?
it in my hair.
Oh,
And-
so
No,
you just,
alien.
you
I'm
did
sorry.
the-
I am
Yeah,
not
I
going
ran
to
it-
show
I
chat a
ran it
photo
through.
of when I was younger and had hair. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't do the full-on spikes. I still had a hairstyle honestly similar to this. It was just longer. And yes, I would run the gold through it, and then I put Dep 12 hair gel on it. So if you touched it, it would crunch.
Wow. I never did much hairstyle wise beyond what I have currently, but I have had many a color.
EJ, check your inbox.
So it was frosted, but not frosted tips, I guess is the best way to put it.
Wait, EJ's getting the photo and I'm not, Max?
What? Max?
it's pretty vanilla. It's just a pretty vanilla haircut.
Yeah.
No, I did not have a mohawk.
It's just a crew cut. That's all.
No, my hairstyle has always been some variant of the front flip in this direction.
I think Max never had hair.
What? Max, are you dead, man?
R.I.P. Max.
He's gone.
Came off.
He's
The hair
turning
was
into
too
a
powerful for Max. His connection's gone.
turning into
Hello?
a robot. You
The
back?
hair.
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
His connection
I-
is slower than his hair growth.
J-Volt member was like, Max never had hair. He came out like that, never grew it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in my chat that are saying, "Hell yeah, Dep 12." What's Dep 12?
Well, it was a hair gel. It came in different levels. There was Dep 10, which was normal, and then there was Dep 12, which was, again, if you touch your hair the wrong way, it was like putting liquid nitrogen in it. It would be hard as a rock, and if you touched it wrong, it would shatter.
Sick. Amazing
I
style.
used 12. I eventually went back down to 10, but my hair would not move. It was stuck there. So you'd have the little bits of gold flake kind of going through the strands, and the strands would then be super shiny and stuck in place.
Thank you, Kevin.
Who's that guy in your chat? The gifting everything.
It's Kevin. Freaking Kevin.
you,
It's Kevin's
EJ.
gift. What do you mean, thank you? You
Kaveen Michael Riyad?
Kivine Michael Ride.
Eric, 5th and 6th grade for me. 4th, 5th, 6th grade, around that area. Yeah, it kind of looks like hair you'd see on a Barbie doll, where it's stuck in place. It looks shiny and it's stuck in place. I know I've seen D with different colored hair.
Oh yeah. Like this is not my natural color right now.
Right. I
Really?
mean, how long have you been at the press site?
Yeah, well, you would have fooled me, D. To be honest with you.
It's a very subtle bleaching. I tried to keep it natural.
Looks
How
good.
long have I been at the press site? 5 years, bit over 5 years now.
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen the different hairstyles. Which, by the
Yeah.
way, I just realized July of this year will mark my 15th year at the press site.
Old.
I
You're
know.
old.
I
Old.
know.
Old.
I know. I didn't have an existential crisis earlier when I did the math.
I'm
Definitely not.
approaching. I'm approaching my 4th year at NSF, which is kind of.
Eric, what do
Same.
you mean by mock diamond hair?
Yes, I'm a boomer. I don't care.
Think you could do that? Dye your hair in a certain way, like dye the roots so it looks like a mock
Oh.
diamond when your hair is down. That's actually pretty rad.
If there's a will, there's a
Blue
way.
and
That's really
purple.
tempting. I
Yeah,
need to
that's
do it very carefully.
yeah, that
So
would be
I'd
hard
need
to
to
do.
I'd need to rebleach a bit of growth so that it's even. And then I feel like that's actually having to go somewhere to get it dyed versus just dyeing it myself because I've only ever dyed it and bleached it myself.
You'd need to go to a place to do that. That would be tough. That would be tough to get that right.
Yeah,
Also,
the first time I bleached my hair did not go perfectly, and I've also cut my hair wrong before.
I now feel even older. There was one person who said they were 1 when STS 135 launched, which was my first
Oof.
press credential.
Ooh.
And also someone in EJ's chat that just said that I've been at the press site the majority of their life.
That's scary.
Holy crap.
I have
I mean,
spent a fifth of my life going to the press site.
I know someone who's around that
It's been
was
almost half
who was
my
around
life.
shooting Gemini. He's still around
Yeah.
shooting
Yep.
media stuff.
I mean, I don't plan on leaving that press site now. I'm not going anywhere. As long as I can, I'm still going to be doing all this.
Like, I just want to go to the damn press site, guys. I've never been there.
Come to the press site, EJ. We'd love to have you.
You should go for Artemis.
Yeah,
well,
about that.
Well,
Oh yeah, you probably missed
no,
it.
you know what? EJ for Falcon Heavy.
Yes.
Falcon Heavy, whenever that happens.
Wait, why not Artemis?
Because
press credentialing is closed.
And
Oh, yeah.
also they're already overwhelmed with applications, and it's a whole other thing. There's more to it.
Yeah, I feel so bad for all the gals in the PIO office. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah.
Maybe in
But
the future, guys. Yeah.
You should do one of the SpaceX ones.
Falcon Heavy, EJ, I'm telling you. It'll change your friggin' life.
Yeah, from the press side, dude, I'd do that.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what we mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Especially
that would-
once they put the landing zones inside Pad A.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, God,
Actually, you know what? I have been to the press site. I've been to the press site once, but I've never seen a launch from the press site, to be honest with you.
You have to see a launch from the press site now and a landing.
Yeah. If we can get a Falcon Heavy with the dual landing back at A, you gotta do it.
What's the next one? Is it Roman?
Is it Roman?
No, there's a national security mission.
So that was probably an RTLS then.
I wonder if Alex has been keeping
fight.
up with the Memby chat right now.
Oh no. So the next one, I mean, who knows? This is probably tentative, but Griffin mission 1 is
that's
the
what it was.
next one.
Griffin.
Yeah.
So that
Griffin
might not be an
and
RTLS.
then Roman and then Astrobotic and then Gateway 1 and 2, and then power and propulsion element in Halo. I'm going to assume that PPE in Halo is probably before GLS 1 and 2. And then SF75 is net 2027. Oh, okay.
So
Cool.
what, maybe 2 this year? Maybe.
I'd say Griffin and Nancy Roman and possibly Astrobotic.
Yeah, maybe
If we can get 3 this year, it'll be awesome.
Because,
I'll take 2.
the Astrobotic
for real.
lander is not going to take very long considering the payload for it is not launching on it.
Peter Griffin.
Yes, the Peter Griffin lander. Hey, Lois, the land is here.
Peter Griffin.
Peter, the land is here.
Say it. Do that again, Sawyer.
Peter, the land is here.
The land. Oh, Spider-Man, help me being saved by the evil Rosebush. I'll save you, Mary Jane.
Oh God, at the Giggity Bay, Credence.
Giggity, giggity, giggity goo.
Giggity
Bay. Hell
Peter,
yeah.
the horse is here.
Good job, Sawyer.
Thank you. Yeah, I was not expecting to do it yesterday, and then all of a sudden I was like, okay, I'm doing it. But yeah, that's a lot of recording for that. Holy cow.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. That's how Starbase Update feels too.
Because there's the other stuff too with T-Minus and with PopSci.
Hey, KMR, I think it's WAN show time.
It's what time?
I think it's WAN show time for us.
When
Oh, you guys watch that too?
Hasn't it?
All right.
Of course.
I thought
Yeah.
you said Wang Chen time, and I was like, is there a Chinese lunch?
Is there a Chinese stream? Alex, I have a question.
I got my new LTT screwdriver today.
Good for you.
You should show
I
it
have
off
2 now.
on stream.
No, I shouldn't.
Why don't we have screwdrivers?
Hardly know her.
Kevin?
No.
I don't know. Because you didn't buy one.
Alex, I have a question. Still,
Yeah,
Oh my
Max.
god,
like,
why is your voice so high?
I don't know. I know. I don't want to. Sorry if it's too much. Is it too unreasonable to expect SBU script by like 1 p.m. tomorrow Eastern?
oh boy, no idea. To be honest, I took
Just trying
some
to plan ahead.
notes.
Not too
Okay.
late, please.
Yeah, please.
I
There's
know.
also Starlink
Because
tomorrow night.
he has to do a lunch tomorrow night, don't you?
Yes.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of the folks were able to help me out with the notes and everything,
Okay.
so that makes it a lot easier. But it's like 2 weeks of media.
Yeah.
And it's already 2:32 a.m. here.
Okay.
So
Yeah, you're good.
Shall we wrap it up then?
I'm
let you
just
get
asking.
through that?
yeah, I was actually gonna say I'm probably gonna head out already, and at least get the notes done today, and tomorrow be like morning and
Okay.
yeah. The last SBU, I got not like I really got bad. I think that day was when I started getting not well. Yeah, so
No,
for
you're
anybody's
good.
watching, I was sick for most of the Christmas. I think I tweeted about that I had like 1,000 plans already for Christmas and whatnot, and nah, basically suffering in bed. Well, not in bed. I actually had to be in the couch, but on the
I know what you
couch.
meant.
I hate English.
You knew what you meant.
English hates you.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm from Spain.
Get a
I
better
know about
language
that.
then.
They hate us. But then they come here in the summer. Hey.
Yeah, they go to what is it, Gibraltar? Yeah.
No, and like
Hardly know
Malaga
her.
and Marbella and all those
Oh
places.
my god.
Majorca, Menorca.
You sound so disappointed, Kevin.
I am. I am.
What's going
Anyway,
on, Kevin?
Shall we wrap this thing up?
Yes, we should play the outro/intro and go
Intro.
away.
There should
All
be
right,
an outro
bye.
and
By the way-
intro, like separate things.
Bye,
Just to give
Twitch.
Ryan more.
Bye.
Bye, memories. Bye, Twitch.
I'll,
Bye,
I'll probably
Membies.
be in chat for my winter car later,
Bye.
EJ.
I
All right,
actually
man,
think
I'll see
the
you there.
outro should be something different. I agree. Bye.
And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Traveling up.
Did he just do a Kerbal? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Yo. Audio. Yeah, I have to change the mic or else you yell at me. Thanks for yelling at me while I was trying to change the mic. You know what? Here's what you get. This is your reward. Okay. All right. So, let's watch this rocket launch and then summer car time, baby. Two things are pissing me off. This song and no ad breaks. You want an ad break? You want one? Or winter car. Winter, you know what I mean. The Finland game. You've been saving all these points. Spend them on emojis or whatever. Let me configure the YouTubes. Winter car. So we're gonna watch the Cosmos SkyMed FM3 launch here. It's in just about a half hour, and then we play summer car after, or winter car after. I can't, dude. Just retcon anytime I say summer car. Just think it's winter car because it's winter. Okay. Just yeah. And then once that launch is good to go, we go from there. Let me fire up YouTube and we'll get going.
On meillä Kurasuola remmi melkonen, vastustajan täytyy ottaa henkonen, kun joutuu katselemaan meidän mahtia. Ne on kuin pelais ilman maalivahtia, minkäs ne sille mahtaa, kun joutuu meitä jahtaa. Kiekon lauon verkon perään, pojat siinä itseään kerää. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin kurpa.
All right. Don't worry. We'll listen more of that later. Welcome. This is the Cosmos SkyMed FM3 CSG3 Falcon 9 launch. I am EJ. This is my launch coverage of that. Love the vibes? Yeah. Gorpa. Dude, there's just fire stuff coming from my winter car. Except in Nebraska. All right, so we're about T-minus 27 minutes out from the CSG3 launch here. Let's take a look. So it's a second-generation constellation of satellites for the Mediterranean Basin observation. CSG is an Earth observation program of the Italian Space Agency to replace the first generation of Cosmos SkyMed satellites. For the second generation, Cosmos SkyMed, the constellation has been reduced from 4 to 2 spacecraft. The satellites are improved versions of the original design. They utilize an improved version of the Prima bus. The CSG SAR Cosmos SkyMed second generation synthetic aperture radar is also an improved version of the first generation X-band SAR system. Contract was signed in September of 2015. The satellites will operate in the same circular sun-synchronous dusk-dawn orbit as the first-generation satellites, with a nominal altitude of 619 kilometers and an inclination of 97.86 degrees. Satellites operate in the same orbital plane. Cool. Yes. How is the weather in the Mediterranean basin? Copy. We are checking. Over. So this is a Vandenberg launch. If they're going sun-synchronous. Yep. Vandenberg launch. Booster 1081 is going to do its 21st flight here, and it's going to land at landing zone 4. That's right next to the launch site. So landing zone 4 is the former Slick 4 West, Space Launch Complex 4 West launch pad. It was originally a Titan. Slick 4 was originally a Titan missile launch pad, or a Titan rocket launch pad, and SpaceX, dude, they got, wow, when did they take over this pad? They took over Slick 4 in like 15 years ago at this point, which is pretty crazy. So once again, it is a twin pad complex, but it's not being utilized as such. Slick 4E is where they launch from, and Slick 4 West is where they land from. You could still see the flame trench from the, hey, he said the thing, from the Titan missile launch pad that was here, or the Titan launch pad that was here. So yeah, they're going to launch and land right next to it. It's going to land right there. That's pretty cool.
Discovery,
7 in 11, 18-month resub. When do you think Slick 6 will be operational? Next year. Old enough to remember people freaking out every time they test an ICBM. Yeah, it's funny, Hasanku, because we have watched it over the years. It was like, oh man, they're doing something crazy out there. What are they doing? Oh, it's just another SpaceX launch. I love how collectively, like, Californians are just like lukewarm to it now. They're like, oh hey, look, another Starlink. All right, cool. You know, before it was like, oh my god, it's North Korean aliens. Yeah, Ernak. Yeah, you were telling me about that. How did they break over the booster from the launch from here? A crane. They see the crane over there? Just doing crane things. They have a they would actually use 2 cranes. There's no breakover device for Falcon 9. So after it lands, they'll take this big crawler crane, walk it up here, pick up the booster, turn it, put it on the processing stool, fold its legs up, then pick it up off the processing stool again, and have a second crane attached to the back. And one crane basically is bolted to the back, and the crawler crane's bolted to the front, and the crawler crane basically lowers its the block, and it turns the booster horizontal. They just use 2 cranes to do it. That's a Liebherr 11,000. Yes, the lattice crawler crane. No, they don't use a crane anymore. Goalie deadlifts it, then suplexes it into submission. Okay. Yep. All right. Still, the coverage should be starting up here soon. She ain't going yet. So this is the first launch of 2026. January 2nd. Here we go. Oh, nice, Azanku. That's cool. I already had EJ up on my phone so I could show the folks. Hey, thanks, man. Question from the Flame Trench. Will we see Moon Crane 5 launch in 2026? Yes. Damn it. I shouldn't have done that. It's stuck in my head. Oh, guys, there is one more thing. Just winter car news. We cannot listen to the radio. The radio has copywritten music on it. Both of my winter car parts, 1 and 2, were demonetized. Corpa is fine, though. We can listen to that. It's just the radio. We got Corpra, and we got Satakipine, and we have all the original MSC music that we could just play. Can't listen to the radio, though. Some band with, like, a YouTube channel that, with, like, I don't know, like 1,000 subscribers or something, demonetized the video. So, you know, that's good. And then the opera music that's in game, the music that was being played, that's also copywritten. Jared Isaacman tweet. What do we got? Bringing the jets closer to where the rockets launch. What's this dude up to? Hey. Bro. Let's go. It is an F5. How'd you know that, Base? Bro, that's just the NASA administrator just sending out tweets from his fighter jet. Whatever. Dude, bro. That's super freaking cool, man. It's the first plane you learned on DCS. Good call. So wait a minute, dudes. I got a question. Face, you'll probably know this. What's the difference between a twin-seater F5 and a T-38? Isn't that like the same thing? No, it's just claimed, O10. No hard points. Ah. Twin-seater F5 is a T-38. I don't believe they're actually the same fuselage. I was going to say that twin-seater F5 looks a lot like... That thing looks a lot like a T-38. No, T-38s are two engines, man. They use J-85s. Two J-85s, dude. Cool. That's awesome, man. The F5 twin-seater has leading-edge devices, different engines than the T-38. What is an F5? Huh. All right. Quick, deep, shallow dive on planes. What is the F5 using? Hold on. The F5 was developed from the T-38. I actually didn't know that. Huh. All right. J-85s. Huh. Cool. Huh. Yeah, the F5's a beautiful looking plane. It's proto F-18 for the people that don't know. I did know that. Look at it. Look at it. If you squint, it looks like an F-18, but it's not. But it led to the F-18 for what it's worth. It's basically because McDonnell Douglas stole the design, but, you know, whatever. Bacon, I'm near Johnson Space Center, and the T-Rexes are often taking off from Ellington. That's where NASA's flight squadron is. They have a detachment there. Yep. They fly out of Ellington Field. Yeah, all the time. And the WB-57s. Oh, Tiger Shark. Nice. Yeah, the F-20 is super underrated. I agree. Agreed. The F-5's got some lines, man. That is a pretty airplane. And T-38 too, for what it's worth. Is it bad if I think that the twin-seater looks better? I don't know why. The twin-seater just looks better in my mind. From a purely aesthetic point of view. The single-seater looks weird. Maybe that's just because I'm so used to seeing... Like, it doesn't look right. It looks funky. Actually, in that shot, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good in that shot. I'm not going to lie to you. But that looks... See, that looks a lot... That looks more right to me for whatever reason. But that, see, yeah, that doesn't look, you know, from that angle, that looks really nice. I'm just talking pure aesthetics, not aerodynamics or anything. Yeah, that's VMFT 401. That's an OPFOR squadron. Yep. Notice how the planes are all painted in foreign liveries. Totally not Iranian. Totally not Chinese. Totally not Russian. And how they have the red star on the wings, or on the V-stab. See? Yeah. OPFOR squadron, dude. That's cool, man. Yeah, Rook just bought a bunch of these. The reason why he could buy F5s, he was saying, is because they're an export fighter, so you can import them. Those are just MiG-28s. That's right. All right, it looks like Cosmo SkyMed is live here. Let's, boom, jump in, see what we got. Is that a flight school? It's a Marine Corps training squadron. Bacon. Yeah, yes. It's for training Marine Corps aviators how to dogfight. It's an aggressor squadron. So once upon a time, we had aggressor squadrons that actually used enemy equipment. They actually used like MiGs and stuff. But they're using F5s. The reason why they're using F5s is probably because some of the people we'll be fighting against are actually using F5s. If a conflict did break out, I don't think we're gonna fight anybody. I really hope we don't. What's that jet where it's a twin seat but they're side by side? F-111 does that. Su-34 does that. The Sukhoi 34 has side by side seating. An AV-8, a Harrier does not have side by side seating. It's one in front of the other. They probably do, Pace, but yeah, Victory. I seen that. We'll see what happens. The EA-6B has side-by-side. That's right. Yeah, A6s do. That's right, SWK. Yeah. There's a bunch of planes that do side-by-side. You know what the funny thing is, dudes? You know what the funny thing is? Like, side-by-side configuration is pretty garden variety for any plane except for, like, a fighter plane. Like a 737, an A380, A320, like, actually an A382, 747, everything. It's side by side. It's like, oh yeah, that's how it should be. Fighter jets side by side is it's like, that's very weird once it becomes a fighter jet. But if you look at an F-111, or if you look at like a Sukhoi 34, those are big planes. They're huge. F-111s are bigger than you think. Also, rockets. The space shuttle side by side. That's right, it is. That's a good call, right? Oh, so good. All right. First launch of 2026. Let's go. Oh, I need a Starship launch. We need a Starship launch. They should launch Starship more, don't you think? All right. Get us live here and
4E at
pick up the
Vandenberg
coverage.
Space Force Base.
Here we
which
go.
Is just north of us.
It's
here
not foggy. A good omen for 2026. It's not foggy.
Engineer here at SpaceX. Thank you for joining us for our first
Now
mission
Starship
of
Live.
For those of you following along, you'll know that we stood down from this launch twice at the end of December to troubleshoot ground system issues, which have now been resolved. While the payload and vehicle remain healthy, the weather has been a watch item for us today, but is looking like it might work out in our favor tonight. Okay. If needed, there is a backup launch opportunity tomorrow at the same time. While the countdown continues, let's take a moment to learn more about the payload we're launching today. Cosmo SkyMed 2nd Generation FM3. Cosmo SkyMed is a dual-use civil and military Earth observation program sponsored by the Italian Space Agency and the Italian Ministry of Defense.
The Cosmo SkyMed constellation is a cutting-edge technological marvel which has been observing Earth with special eyes for almost 20 years. Climate, environment, land, sea, and coastal areas are monitored with highest precision, providing fundamental data for security, emergency management, and environmental protection in all weather conditions, day and night, thanks to the radar-based technology used. Each satellite, being part of the constellation, has brought innovations which have made this program a constant global excellence for monitoring the special ecosystem of our unique planet, the Earth. Cosmos SkyMed is the result of a successful collaboration between the Italian Space Agency, the Italian Ministry of Defense, and our world-leading companies in the field of Earth observation, a dual system for civil and military applications. The program is based on investment, expertise, and constant innovation, which led to the third satellite of the second generation, capable of unique radar observation, allowing continuity between the old and the new generation of the constellation itself. The launch of the so-named FM3 satellite allow us consolidation and continuity of services, confirming Italy's world leadership role in Earth observation. And the additional volume of available data will expand monitoring capabilities, resulting in social benefits and giving also an increased sustainability to the downstream space community. The expansion of the constellation with new and more timely worldwide information will also boost space diplomacy, enabling additional exchange of data with other countries, the space agency or space institutions, and confirming the program as a strategic asset also for international relationships. Cosmos SkyMed is the result of an excellent teamwork, committed on the objective to achieve results at the frontier of knowledge. And to conclude, let me outline that the Italian leadership in this domain will be further strengthened through the synergies with the new coming IRIDE constellation, developed with funds for space coming from the National Recovery Plan. IRIDE already has 16 satellites in orbit after the successful launch of the transported 15 missions with a Falcon 9. It is a multi-sensor constellation of constellations, and jointly with Cosmos SkyMed satellites, it represents the real example of Italy's high-level capabilities in the domain of Earth observation. So, safe journey, FM3, go FM3.
And if you break the spaghetti, we will find you with our satellite.
The Falcon 9 rocket supporting today's mission is a two-staged rocket designed for the reliable and safe transportation of satellites, cargo, and people.
They'll find you.
Starting from the very top of the rocket, we have the payload fairing. The fairing is a protective shell that houses all the payloads, shielding them from the aerodynamic heating until the vehicle is outside the Earth's atmosphere. The shape of the fairing contributes to Falcon 9's overall efficiency, helping to reduce drag during flight. Once in space, the two fairing halves separate and fall back to Earth, where they will be recovered by our recovery vessel to be refurbished and reused on future flights. Both halves of this fairing are flight-proven, with one flying for its 23rd time and the other for its second. And within that fairing is today's payload. Here is a photo from midway through the encapsulation operation, just before the fairing halves were closed in preparation for flight.
COPVs in the fairing.
And here is a live view inside the second stage as we await liftoff.
Stage 1 RPM unload is complete.
Hello.
Right below the fairing is the Falcon 9 second stage, which houses a single Merlin vacuum engine or MVAC engine. Below the second stage is the black carbon fiber inner stage, and the inside of that is where the MVAC engine is located. The inner stage connects the
No people riding today. Dude, you can always kind of tell if there's people on board because they'll have a structure for the crew to get up into the rocket, and the access arm, so like it's just a little swinging gantry so they could, you know, get up the structure and into the rocket. It won't be like folded all the way back. It'll be out here somewhere, so it'll look like it's super close. It's called the CAA, or crew access arm. So Vandenberg, where they're at right now, this is Slick 4E, Space Launch Complex 4 East. It does not have a fixed service structure nor a crew access arm, so no people on this flight. And also, Falcon, if there was people on board, you'd see the capsule up at the top. This thing has a cargo fairing. This satellite is carrying Cosmos SkyMed FM3, or just CSG-3 for short, it's an Italian spy satellite. They're going to tell you it's a weather satellite. They're going to tell you it's going to sun synchronous, and they're going to tell you it has economic benefit. It's a spy satellite.
In preparation for retraction, the clamps around the second
4 meter by 20 centimeter resolution, which is pretty cool. Variable optic spy satellite, which is pretty sweet. It's a weather satellite. Yes, that's right. You should say ciao. E ciao, e pelo, come stai? Grazie, signori. A strong back
You should now be able to see the arms coming open. And it'll take 15 seconds for them to fully open, but once they're out of the way, the strong back will recline back away from the vehicle to give it room for liftoff.
We got to find these people, Nader. It's wrong. It's wrong. Okay. Is there any purpose for human launches from Vandenberg? No. Not yet, at least. Maybe in the future.
Free at the top.
Okay. So the holding structure is moving away. This is the strong back right here. What the strong back is actually there to do is just hold the rocket upright until it's fully fueled. The rocket can't stand up by itself, believe it or not. The margins for like how much rocket you need on your rocket versus how much fuel and oxidizer you need on your rocket is so thin that the rocket actually can't stand with an upper stage and a payload on top of it.
And there you can see that the strong back
it can't sit up unless it's fully fueled. Once the thing is fully fueled and ready, like fully at pressure, because the tanks are also pressurized, because that's how you get, one of the ways you get it to feed, right? Then that's the only way the thing can stand up. Until then, it has a truss structure to the side called a strong back, to hold it in position. The rocket is pretty much fully fueled to go. It fully fueled and ready to go. It's really close to being fully fueled. They're just going to top it off here in the next 2 minutes. And then at 1 minute, we'll see it go for launch. Strongback has moved back into the 78-degree position here. And you notice that thing right there, that's second stage fuel and oxidizer lines up here. That's payload HVAC right there. You got to keep the satellite cool because it'll sweat inside of that fairing. You don't want it to do that. So there's HVAC lines and connections up here. Note that all of these connections are on wires. So when the rocket goes, the wires will pull. See all the little wires in there? They'll pull the umbilicals away so they don't get hit by the rocket. The only reason I'm happy this launch was delayed twice is because you couldn't cover it. Hey, grazie, signori. Gorlami.
For those of you who are just joining us, this is the first mission of SpaceX, the Cosmos SkyMed FM3 launch.
This is a return to launch site. That first stage is coming back in landing. The landing site is right over there. You can't see it because the lights are washing it out. But the landing site's right over there. This thing's going to land right next to the pad. The booster
launch load is complete.
The booster flying tonight is
you heard stage
1081 on its 21st flight.
Complete.
21st.
And quick correction there, this is SpaceX's first mission of the new year, 2026.
Gas closeouts.
So all the propellants that I said they just needed to finish topping off the second stage, they're going to evacuate all of them because you don't want propellants in this because it can make your pad, having rocket fuel inside of the pad can make the pad catch on fire. You don't want that. You don't want it to catch on fire. You want the fire going out the end over here and not burning the pad. Next thing here is startup, which should happen in about 5 seconds.
F9 is in startup.
F9 is now in startup. Stage 1 and Stage 2 are beginning to press for launch.
I think it's go. Oh, God. For fairings, I think it's go quest. I think.
D is go for launch.
Launch director reports.
There you heard LD is go for launch. At the T minus 30 seconds mark, all systems should be go for launch.
30 seconds.
T minus 3 seconds.
You should hear the pad deluge turn on here. There it is.
T minus 15 seconds.
Pad deluge system is on. Sound suppression water system.
T minus 10. 9,
Watch the
8,
posts on the
7,
sides.
6, 5,
Sound
4,
suppression system is on.
3, 2,
Ignition.
1. Ignition.
Got 9 engines.
Liftoff of Falcon 9. Go SpaceX, go Cosmo.
Launch number 1 for 2026. CSG-3 Cosmos SkyMed FM3 takes to the skies.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Over Vandenberg.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Good call for good propulsion there. The next step would be power and telemetry in the next 20 seconds.
At 2+30 seconds into flight, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Space Launch Complex 4 East at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. We're currently throttling down to prepare for max Q, the point of maximum aerodynamic stresses on the
Power and
vehicle.
telemetry call.
Max Q is reached
get a
when
call
the
for
air density
supersonic.
of the atmosphere decreases faster than the increasing speed of the rocket.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
There it is. Call for max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. That's peak aerodynamic load being exerted on the vehicle. Basically, it's going too fast, so it can't move the air out of the way fast enough, so it starts to compress the vehicle. You obviously don't want to do
And
that.
there you heard max
So they'll
Q.
throttle the
From
engines down.
here on, even though velocity is rapidly increasing, the atmospheric
chill.
density
stage,
is
thermal
decreasing, resulting in less loads on Falcon 9. Now we have several events coming up in quick succession, starting with MECO, stage separation, stage 1 flip, second engine start, or SES1, the boost back burn, and fairing deploy.
The pad deluge? I don't know. Does it matter? It's just water. Why didn't the throttle up and down based on the G-forces match the callouts? It's not that much of a throttle bucket with Falcon 9, John. That's what I've come to realize. It's not even, it won't even show up. They're throttling down like to 90, 85%. It has to be if those accelerometer calls are accurate. Can't be much of a throttle down. Please come back with that max Q thing. Max Q is peak aerodynamic load. The rocket can't move the air out of the way fast enough, so they throttle the engines down and just wait till it gets a little bit higher and then throttle back up.
Separation confirmed.
There's stage separation. Should get an upper stage ignition here. Green flash. There's
Back
a green
ignition.
flash. Good ignition. First stage turning around. If you look on the right screen, you see the first stage actually starting to move. The first stage is going to fire its engine here. You should see it right there. First stage is turning around, and now it's facing north because this launch went due south. First stage turned around. This flow phenomenon that you're seeing there is the first and second stage engines colliding with each other.
And there you
Or
heard
engine
and saw
exhausts
those 6
colliding with each
events
other.
that happened back to back,
It looks
including main
ridiculous.
engine cutoff, stage separation, stage 1 flip, second engine
And we
start
saw it.
1,
We saw
and
it
the
flip
boost back
on the
burn
other
and
screen.
fairing
That's
separation.
cool, man.
The next major
So, like,
milestone coming up
went like
is
this.
entry burn on our Falcon
First
9
stage turned
first
around and
stage,
then they went
which
away.
is scheduled to occur just after the T+6 minute mark.
Confirmed.
Bearing separation.
The entry burn is used to slow the first stage as
didn't
it
show
heads
it.
towards landing zone 4.
Okay, first stage is shut down.
Both vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
Now what you're going to see is the attitude control systems. These are compressed gas nitrogen thrusters. They're going to actually turn the stage upright and get it ready for landing.
We're currently in our first MVAC burn, and this burn should last for another few minutes.
Dude, there's the second stage.
The
Oh!
next milestone will be first stage entry burn, coming up in
That's the second
a little
stage
over
going
2
away.
minutes.
Dude! Oh, that is sick.
Today's Falcon 9 is performing
So-
2 burns in order to...
The reason why that happened, guys, is because the rocket launched really, really high, right? And it's dusk out there. It's only like 6:15. If it might be dark down on the ground, but if you're up, 100 kilometers up in the air, you're going to be able to see the sun. You're not going to get eclipsed, right? So the plume gets illuminated. It gets backlit. So you can see it. That's how I knew that was the second stage. It's very easy to spot it.
slow down the Falcon 9,
Actually, if you're on the west
which
coast,
would
it
add
wouldn't be
extra
backlit,
stress
but
to
it
the
was backlit
vehicle.
from the angle that we
Following
were
the
going.
entry burn, the booster will initiate the landing burn, which should slow the vehicle down even more for a
You should
successful
still be able to
landing
see it. Actually,
at
if you're in Southern California, guys, and it's not cloudy out, go look. I'll bet you can see that. I'll bet you can see the second stage plume. It looks like a big jellyfish. I'm serious. Go check. Go look outside. Look due west. You'll see it. Look up. It's you have to look up in the sky. It's way high up there. Oh, it's very cloudy out. Oh, that sucks, dudes. That sucks.
Both vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
You got photos, engineer? Hell yeah, dude. There you go. Overcast racer. Ah, that stinks, dudes.
When Falcon 9 fires up the center M1D engine for re-entry, the vehicle will be flying through Merlin's exhaust gases, also known as the rocket's plume, which deposit a layer of soot on the vehicle's surface. You'll see these marks across the flight-proven Falcon 9 first stage fleet. That soot comes from a carbon-based fuel that Falcon 9 uses, and with each flight, the soot builds up a little more on the outside of the vehicle.
Falcon 9 rolls coal.
Falcon 9 is equipped with 4 hypersonic grid fins positioned near the top of the first stage that help steer the first stage as it returns to
RP1
Earth.
is jet fuel, guys. Yeah, it's a little sooty in there.
The white puffs coming off Falcon 9 that you may see on screen are cold nitrogen gas, which helps with altitude control.
It's jet fuel, guys. The RP1 is basically Jet A. It's not that far off from diesel fuel. So, and it's funny, I say it rolls coal. That's right. If you ever seen you ever see like a semi truck driving around, like a big truck, like a tractor trailer, ute or lorry, whatever you want to call it. If you see the exhaust, it has those black clouds that come out of the exhaust. That is why Falcon 9 gets sooty, because that happens. It flies through its
And
own
there was a
exhaust
call out
thing.
for entry burn startup on the Falcon 9 first stage. This burn is set to last about 30 seconds and again is slowing down the vehicle in preparation for its final burn and landing.
You're carbon-based too? Well, Tim, I don't think you'd make a good rocket fuel, but, it's 2026, man. You're Wumbo Max.
One entry burn shutdown.
And that concludes our entry burn. As mentioned earlier, we will be attempting to recover this booster. Today, the booster is targeting a landing
Vehicles
at...
continue to follow nominal trajectories.
Today, this booster is targeting a landing at Launch Complex 4 West.
Yeah, it's a highly refined version of jet fuel SWK. But
You can follow
Jet
along
A,
with the burn
diesel,
on the engine
they're not
graphic
that
at the
far
bottom
off.
of your
They're-
screen.
They're basically
As the burn happens,
siblings
you'll
in
notice
terms
a
of
decrease in both speed and altitude. And this is coming up in about 20 seconds.
One FTS is saved.
Flight termination system on the first stage is safe.
One transonic.
Indicating that it can be disposed of if something goes wrong by itself. Probably make a decent hybrid fuel. No. Yeah.
H1 landing burn.
Yes, he would.
And there you heard the
Yes.
call out for landing burn start
yes.
on the Falcon 9 first stage.
Okay, here we go.
Again, this is the final burn that this booster will execute before landing.
Sonic booms are heard at the launch site. They had some microphones pick it up. Here we go. Should come down over landing zone 4. Landing legs should deploy here.
One landing leg deploy.
Oh, yeah, baby. Attempting to recover.
And as you saw and probably heard, we had a successful first stage landing. Coming up
The
next,
landing
we are
confirmed.
expecting
All
the shutdown
right.
of the second stage MVAC engine. This is known as second engine cutoff 1 or SECO 1.
It did come in a little bit. It came in a little bit crooked, and I was like, I swear to God, if you crash. Did you see it? It came in a little sideways. I'm like, no, don't do this. Anyway, that was booster 10, serial number 1081 on its 21st flight. That was the 21st landing for that booster. And that's not even the highest one that SpaceX has, which is crazy. That booster has sent 20 payloads up into space. Yeah, birds, I know what you mean, dude. I kind of will too. Remember, buy the dip. This is not financial advice. I just like memeing. See, there's the.
Now, if you're just joining us today, We have had a successful launch and landing of our first stage Falcon 9 booster. This is for the Cosmos SkyMed FM3 mission.
Yeah, that she bounced a little bit, guys. When it landed, it came in a little sideways, had a little bit of a horizontal velocity component there. Okay, magic number we're really looking for here is somewhere north of 27,000. So first stage got a little bit more to go.
Coming up in about 20 seconds, we have Seco 1 or second engine cutoff 1.
Yeah, very lofted trajectory. Lofted trajectory would be...
Stage 2 has entered terminal guidance.
Yeah, that you could, yeah, I mean, it's a light satellite, so you could fly this lofted trajectory. It's probably better for the for the first stage landing, because this satellite is not very big, guys, for something.
There you heard a successful cutoff of our second stage engine and waiting for confirmation of good orbit.
Ullage motors. There's a vent down. The vent down on the first stage, those things pulsing.
Nominal orbit insertion.
Good call. 27,480 at 625.
And there we heard the call out for good orbit.
So these things that are happening with the first stage, those vent downs, are them purging out the engine. You always want to, if you're going to use that engine again, and they do need to use it to deorbit the second stage. Well, actually, even when they don't, you still do it. They purge out the engine with helium. There are helium tanks on board the second stage that they use for what's called tank ullage, to basically create pressure inside of the fuel and oxidizer tanks. They pump some of that helium through the plumbing on the engine to purge, to basically dry and purge out the motor. You don't, remember, this thing is using RP1. We talked about that, which is like jet fuel almost, but it's also using liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen is 100% oxygen. It very much will make things rust. You think salt is bad? Oxygen will destroy things. It oxidizes stuff. The motor at the end of the day is still made out of metal. So they purge out the engine to make sure that it doesn't basically destroy something inside of the turbine machinery. So the purge down looked to be okay. Satellite deploy is not that far out. It should be less than 5 minutes.
Monitoring, climate, emergency management, and protection of land, marine, and coastal areas.
The stage got to 625. This second stage, Pashka, is not getting reused. This one will burn up in the atmosphere after it deploys its payload. Falcon 9, even with how much SpaceX has been launching this thing, they hit 165 launches in 2025. They still haven't done second stage reuse and probably won't with Falcon 9, just because Starship is going to be the one that does that. There's no point. Right now, what SpaceX is doing is just launching Falcon 9s as much as they possibly can. Why no second stage, Carly? They're working on it with Starship, dude. I thought that might be the next question. I've been doing this for a long time, Bashka. Starship. There we go. Like I said, very short on the deploy here. This is
and a successfully deployment of Cosmos SkyMed. And that brings us to the end of our live mission coverage. We would like to thank the Italian Space Agency for entrusting us with their spacecraft today. And we also want to say thank you to the Range and Federal Aviation.
It was the best satellite around. What about the launch? What launch?
2026. Be sure to check out SpaceX.com/launches for the most up-to-date information on upcoming launches, and follow us at SpaceX on X.
No, that's not what that is. It's not. No, that's the. Cut it. Leonardo, will the next one be Donatello? Well, Badger, it's funny that you say that. Italy made all the multi-purpose logistic modules for the Space Shuttle program, or MPLMs. Guess what they named them? Yeah, they're named after Ninja Turtles or Italian philosophers over the years. I mean, pick one. You can have both. You know what, chat? You can have both as a treat. Satellite has the markings of a varsity athlete. It does. It does. All right, guys, that's the Cosmos SkyMed FM3 CSG3 mission out of Vandenberg. There we go. Coverage has concluded, and therefore our coverage will conclude, because you know what time it is? You know what time it is?
Ei kukaan meitä tallo, maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haaliin.
Okay. Any idea how much this launch costs? 60 mil? Probably about 60 million. That's usually SpaceX's running price. It could be less. SpaceX doesn't exactly have like a unit price on Falcon 9, since satellite launching is a contractual service. It's a complex sale. So it's kind of depends on what you want. Think about it, Pashka, like if you're buying a car. You know, if you buy a car, you want to make sure the car has the options that you want. So even if one person comes in and buys like a, you know, like a Ford Focus or something, right? You know, they just buy a base model Ford Focus. And the next guy comes in and wants a Ford Focus ST. You're still selling Ford Focuses, but one is an ST. So it's like, it's the fast one, right? So that's going to cost more. Think about it like that. So 60 million is kind of the garden variety number, but it varies. It varies, you know, depending on the services that you want for the launch. How's my winter car compared to MSC? It's awesome, dude. It's a great game. Spaceman, 68-month resub. Thank you. But anyway, I'm sorry I missed out on like a major chunk of Flame Trench. When will Starship launch from 39A? Will it be this year? If so, it'll be at the end of the year, Outdoorsman. Gorpa is a banger in the car. I know, I was listening to it when I drove Titan to the vet today. All right, anyway. How much approximately are the cheapest available launches in the world? SpaceX is pretty much the cheapest, dude. It doesn't get much cheaper than that. 60 million is a high price, but for what you're getting with the vehicle, yeah, it's one of the cheapest ways to get up there. So, Pashka, what SpaceX does is they have missions where they just say, okay, we're going to launch a Falcon 9. Who wants to launch on it? And they get like 60 satellites, right, that they just stack on top of each other. The satellite adapter to the second stage looks like a Christmas tree. It's just, there's tons of different satellites, and they do what's called a rideshare mission. With the rideshare missions, I don't know, you could get something up there for like 100 grand, probably 200 grand, depending on what it is. So yeah, SpaceX is by far and away the cheapest right now. Yeah, those rideshare missions really make it easy to put whatever up there. What is your schedule next week? Regular schedule resumes on Monday, Brandon. But we do have State of the Stream. Actually, on Monday, we'll probably start with State of the Stream at 5. So there's going to be no early hours on Monday because we're going to do State of the Stream, and then we'll figure out what we're doing after. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is the regular schedule. What is the name of the Corpa song? It's called Corazon Voitaja. Here. I'll just give you the link. State of the Stream. At the beginning of every year, Stevery, I do one stream where we talk about what I want to do in 2026 this year. And just basically to get kind of a pulse on where I'm at, where you guys are at, and just to make sure I'm not boring you to death. I did not do State of the Stream last year, and 2025 was like the worst year for streaming that I've had in a long time. So, yeah. You're never boring. Well, thank you. My mistake then. It's all good, dude. It's all good. No, it's an honest mistake. You're just psyched for the Corpa. Corpa, corazón palo. Hire a new accountant. Too soon. I already. Yes. Too soon. All right. Let me jog the YouTube VOD. I'll be right back. Then we start Winter Car.